Good evening. At this time, I am calling to order the June meeting of the Cranston City Plan Commission. First order of business is approval of minutes of the meeting of May 7th. And Commissioner Lanphier, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an amendment to offer to the minutes, which I have printed out for everyone's ease of seeing it, but I will read it for the record. It is to I believe it's the fourth full paragraph of the minutes that begins with Commissioner Lanphier. And I would like to amend the minutes by offering this paragraph in place of the existing paragraph. Commissioner Lanphier spoke to clarify the travel of this application dating back to 2021. Ms. Lanphier recalled that this application had been presented to the City Plan Commission as an ordinance proposal in September of 2021 and approved unanimously by the Commission. The application then came before the City Council Ordinance Committee and was remanded to the City Plan Commission due to questions about public notice. The item was then renoticed for hearing in November of 2021. Ms. Lanphier noted that the official minutes of the City Plan Commission from 11/2/21 reflect a vote of 5-1 by the Commission for no specific recommendation to the City Council Ordinance Committee. The vote of no specific recommendation was the most recent action/vote taken by the Commission. Ms. Noonan's account of the litigation process followed as previously stated. Ms. Lanphier inquired of the solicitor if her recount of the process was correct. Assistant City Solicitor Marcella added that the application had previously come before the Commission in 2017 with a positive recommendation in 2017, but that Commissioner Lanphier's recitation of the travel of the case was otherwise accurate.
Okay, thank you. Good. Are there any other questions or changes before we take a vote? Okay. This will be a vote to approve minutes with the corrections added by Commissioner Lanphier. I'll accept a motion. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Coop, seconded by Commissioner Zadelis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and motion passes. Okay, subdivision and land development projects. The first one we have is a public hearing for the 530 Wellington Avenue self-storage facility.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on the first of several applications on your agenda. I don't know if that's good or bad for me or you, but you're going to hear quite a bit from me tonight, and I appreciate your patience and indulgence in considering each and every one of these applications. Tonight, our first application is a significant project at 530 Wellington Avenue. It is a building that I'm sure many members of the Commission are familiar with. You see it all the time when you're going up and down 95 South or North. It is an old mill complex that my client, Can-Am RI LLC, bought. And with me this evening is Mr. Michael Job, who is the owner and principal of Can-Am Rhode Island LLC. Mr. Job is available to answer any questions tonight. He is from Canada, but he lives in Florida also, and he has developed self-storage facilities in Canada and up and down the East Coast. And he acquired this property, which is a challenging property for the purposes of converting it to self-storage, which he is not. He is an operator of self-storage facilities. It's not. He's not doing this to develop it and sell it to somebody else. Right now, his plans are to operate this facility. With him is Chris Reynolds, who is a contractor and consultant working with Mike on this project. Some of you may recall that Chris also was involved in the Cranston Printworks project, and there's a self-storage component to that project, which hopefully will get underway shortly as we finalize all our DEM permits. But so Chris is available to also to answer any questions. He's very familiar. He's working on the inside of the building as we speak. What you see before you is kind of what the building's going to look like when we're done. Bill Lavery, project manager from Casali Engineering, is going to go through a short PowerPoint presentation. This is a master plan level application. We are at the beginning stages even though we've been working on this for quite some time, we're at the beginning stages of this project. And Bill will talk about the existing conditions and the plans. There is on April 3rd, under the new regulations for major land development, we did a pre-application meeting on April 3rd with the Development Plan Review Committee, which which will be utilized as a technical review committee under the new enabling legislation. So that was an informal presentation just to expose the members of the city administration to the project. There's no vote taken, and we will work with the planning staff after this evening to eventually build up to come back here for a preliminary plan approval. And then naturally the final plan stage is the last stage. At the outset, what we're talking about tonight, and this is an M2 industrial zone. That whole stretch of Wellington Avenue and the Elmwood corridor is industrial. It is self-storage is a use by right, and what's proposed here will eventually turn to the entire complex to be utilized in a similar permitted use. Mr. Job has extensive experience in this. As I said, this is not his first conversion of a building like this. It's an interesting building. It's massive, and in total, we're talking about 200,000 square feet, 100,000 on the first floor. There is a lot to go on with this building. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to invite Bill Lavery to come up, walk the commission through the planning commission, and then we'll come back and address a few other issues.
Thank you, Bob. Good evening, commissioners. My name is William Lavery Jr., project manager with Joe Casali Engineering. Sorry, Jonah, clicked off. So just looking at the subject property with, I'm sure the commissioners are very acquainted to it, but it's running along Wellington Avenue and Route, that's 95, that's actually a typo, sorry, and Clarence Street. And we have a parcel that's AP3 lot 107, approximately 5.4 acres of land. Building setback put on for the existing M2 zoning district. And existing today, we have an existing 3-story masonry building, approximately 103,000 square feet of footprint, and a height of 45 feet. Historically, this building was manufacturing, industrial use, heavily used over time. We have multiple 50-foot wide sewer easements that encumber the property. as well as communication easements, and easements related to an old water tower that's currently being used for communications. There's a lease, ongoing lease with it for communication antennas. Part of our project is to remove some of the auxiliary structures that remain currently on site. Mr. Job has done an extensive structural analysis of the building and all of the structures, and is making a census of what should be removed and what will ultimately be renovated. Another overhead canopy that's also proposed, as well as a tank that will be demolished and removed. So this is a rendering of the project, what we intend it to look like. Complete new skin on the exterior of the building, exterior and interior of the building completely redone. This view right here is off of Wellington and then Clarence Street. You can see the majority of the building will, most of the building will be kept and reskinned with some glazing added to the corner, and some additional signage for the Can-Am self-storage business. Second rendering here is towards the back. This would be Clarence Street, and this would be into the back parking lot of the facility. And this corner here with the glazing in the bottom entryway is for the office, for the redone office of the building. Looking back at the site plan, what we're proposing here is to clean up the entire site. The office corner that we just discussed in the back corner, having parking scattered throughout the facility, but 35 spaces for customer and staff parking in the back. Additional 3 spaces for visitors and customers who come in to either view or sign up to use the facility. We also have 15 additional spaces towards the south end of the site, and an additional 12 spaces off an existing curb cut off of Wellington. The main entrances to the building will be, you have the office in the northeast corner of the building, and then you also have, sorry, it's hard with this, the TV, but down towards the bottom off of Wellington, an entry point there, and an entry point through the office in this main, you can look over here, this loading space where that just clicked up. So that proposed loading area is where a majority of the entry into the main structure will be. Going further with the site development, we'll be adding a lot more pervious area and landscaping to the site. Currently, the majority of the site is impervious and broken up pavement. Also, incorporating a 6-foot high chain link fence to encapsulate the property, keep it safe and secure with security gates and entrances at the main entries off of Clarence Street and the 2 off of Wellington. Main entrance being off of Clarence Street and off of Wellington Street, lining up here. The southernmost entrance would be gated and available for emergency access, so that the fire department can come in through Clarence and make a complete loop through the building. For sewer and water utilities, we're proposing to utilize the existing infrastructure that's there. No new disturbance to Wellington with utility connections, or no new connections into the existing infrastructure. Mr. Job and company have done testing of the existing utilities to verify and make sure that everything is in order for proposed use. Existing water main loop, fire protection loop through the property with existing fire hydrants. And for drainage, we have, in addition to the existing or the proposed landscaping, we do propose with our DEM permitting and applications to incorporate water quality BMPs throughout the site in different pockets that we can. In addition to working with our environmental consultant, Sage, who will also dictate pockets of areas where we can provide water quality infiltration, as well as work with them and do the necessary DEM permitting for the remediation of the underground tankage and contamination that is ongoingly being explored on the site. just a calculation for impervious existing, we're about 88.2%. Proposed, we're at 70.6%. So close to a 18% reduction in impervious area. So that concludes presentation. Can you answer any questions that the commission has? Do you have anything?
The first, and we've had the benefit of reviewing the staff report and the conditions. Want to speak clearly into the microphone? No problem. I want to be clear that following master plan, which is a conceptual approval, we will then be submitting applications to the Department of Environmental Management for both stormwater and for with the Office of Waste Management, correct? And that will lead towards us getting a remedial action plan. And is that correct?
Correct. And additionally, soil management plan so that we can appropriately handle soils during construction.
And that investigative work has been ongoing with Sage Environmental, correct? And your office will coordinate with them the submissions to DEM.
Yes.
In terms of parking, your office has looked at obviously this is a manufacturing zone, so the parking is, well, loose is not the right word, but that's the word I'll use. It's not defined in
There's no
terms of.
specific definition of self-storage.
So with respect to what's proposed here, is it my understanding your office conferred with the ITE manual or the International Traffic Engineers Manual to make an assessment of the number of spaces that would be required?
Correct. Looking at that manual, the proposed self-storage use would have a minimum of 1.05 to a maximum of 2.38 per 100 parking spaces per 100 units. We're proposing roughly around 1,900 just want to make sure that's a correct 1,200 units, sorry. So the math comes out to about minimum 13 to maximum 29 spaces required for this site, and we're proposing altogether 65.
And I think everybody understands the nature of self-storage where people come and go during the day and, in your opinion, based on your involvement in other projects like this, is the proposed parking adequate for the intended use?
Yes, more than adequate, and I believe Mike could probably speak to that as well, if necessary.
As part of our master plan submission, we did not submit any type of traffic study based on a number of reasons, but one of them is that we reviewed the Planning Commission's policy for traffic studies. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the commission's policy, it states that you need a traffic study where a development will generate 50 or more new trips during any peak hour. And based on consulting with Mr. Job, we're going to come nowhere near 50 new trips during the peak hour. Is that fair?
Correct.
So therefore, the traffic study wasn't warranted based on their guidelines, and we did not prepare one for this submission, correct?
Correct.
Apologize, I meant to pass this out earlier, just for the members of the commission. I'm sure you're all familiar with this building, but I have some photographs of the existing building that I can share with the commission just to orient you. I'm sure you all are familiar with it, but with your permission. Just a series of 3 photos at various angles taken actually from across 95. So you can see the existing brick exterior, the mill complex building, and you can see the new exterior that we're proposing here. It'll be obviously a new, brighter beginning for this stretch of Wellington Avenue. have one moment. I don't have any other questions of Mr. Lavery at this point, if any commission members do.
Are there any questions at this point from members of the commission for the applicants? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lavery?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
One other thing I want to talk about is a little bit about the interior of this building. It's, at one point, there were multiple tenants in here. There was a brewery at one point. There was a lot of varied uses, and over time, they have vacated the building. So the building is substantially vacant now. And so Mr. Job has begun some interior work, including asbestos removal. And I just want to, if I could, just put in the record a copy of our permit from the health department. We're on it, so. Does anyone have any specific question about the work that's going to go on inside the building? If everybody understands, there will be self-storage lockers created in various sizes inside the building. Mike, why don't you just come up and introduce yourself and state your name for the record?
Michael Job?
Mr. Job, you are the principal of Can-Am RI LLC, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you acquired this property on Wellington Avenue in 2023?
Yes.
And you've been working since then with your consultants to lead to the eventual conversion of this building for a self-storage facility?
Yes.
And just, even though I said it, could you just briefly describe your experiences as a developer and operator of self-storage? Give the commission some of your background.
Sure. I guess I've been in the business now for about 15 years, and my dad actually did the first one. And he did, the very first one that he did was the drive-up style buildings, non-climate controlled. And I have a lot of construction experience. I owned a large refrigeration company for a long time. We built things like distribution centers for companies like Publix and Shaw's and that type of large scale projects. I sold that company about 7 years ago so I could focus on the self-storage. And what I've done since that first one that my dad did is I tried to find depressed assets. And so, buildings that were in tough shape, and went ahead and tried to regentrify those buildings into self-storage. Why did I choose self-storage versus residential? Probably just because of the experience I had with my dad doing that. And I also enjoyed it. I found that, taking an old building that looks pretty rough and turning it into something great, pretty rewarding. And, just want to mention that we're not a big company. And when I say we, I always include my dad. He's not in it anymore, but it's just me. And I like this area. We did a deep dive into, is it needed here? Being not a large REIT or having really, really deep pockets, you really have to do your homework to make sure that it's something that's actually needed. I would hate to get into something like this and to fail. So we did that, and I used Colliers out of Cleveland to do that, and they specialize in self-storage across the country. And they supplied all the data for that. And it showed that this area where this building was could definitely handle, more self-storage. So I took that information and acquired the building. Before I acquired the building, I knew about the environmental issues. There's a lot going on in the building that needs to get cleaned up. And so I'm working with Sage and Chris Reynolds, and we're starting to remediate the building even prior to having any approval for self-storage because it needs to get remediated. So, you know, if for some reason it's denied, which I'm really hoping that doesn't happen, at least we're going to have a clean site. And it's not just the inside of the building that we're doing. We're replacing massive sections of the roof. We're removing all of the asbestos in that roof material. We also have environmental problems in the ground. We have USTs in the ground, multiple. I think we have 18 USTs in the ground, all identified by Sage. And we're removing every single one of them. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing a little bit of demo on the building, because some of these USTs are actually under the edge of the building. So my guess is they continue to put additions on the building. They had some USTs that they put close to the building, and then they wound up building on top of those. So we're going to take those, and those structures aren't very attractive anyways and not useful. So we're going to remove those and physically remove all of the USTs from the ground and get rid of them and remediate the soil. So at the very least, Cranston's going to have a clean site that it didn't have before.
Mike, just talk a little bit about the intricacies of the building itself, what challenges it presents, the type of layout, and why this is a little different than other self-storage people might be familiar with.
So one of the things that I like to do, so I'm a trades guy. I'm a refrigeration mechanic by trade. And there's a lot of small business out there. There's a lot more small business than there's big business. And a lot of times those guys struggle a little bit with getting good space. So in that building, because there is so much ground floor, and there's actually a bit more than 100,000 square feet on the main floor, we're putting in larger units there to accommodate small business. I'm not just saying that to try and convince anyone that we're going to do a bunch of things for small business, but everybody knows all the 2, 3, and 4-man operations that are out there that need a little bit of space. And when they go to use that space, they don't have to sign a lease. They don't have to get their own utilities hooked up. There's a lot of things that they don't have to do where they could just come and just pay one price. It's easy for them. They use the space as long as they want. They're not tied into it for 12 months or a 2-year lease or something. So in the other projects that I've done, that's worked really great. And we had small business, probably around 55 to 60% typically, and versus residential customers that would pick up the other 40 to 50%. So we build, I always say we, but I build differently than a lot of these places do. We have big units and multiple access points on the building, so almost like shared loading docks type of thing. A lot of providers build 5x5s, 5x10s, 10x10s, 10x15s. It's just cookie cutters. They don't usually get much bigger than 10x20s because you make more on a 5x5 per square foot than you would on a 10x30 or a 10x40 or a 20x30. But our experience is that we get more usage. We get more people using it because we have these larger sizes. And so that's what the plan is with this building. On the second and third, so basically as the building goes up, the units get smaller. On the main floor, it's the larger ones trying to, service those clients that a lot of the other self-storages don't go after. If you check U-Haul or Extra Space or these other companies, you're going to find what I'm talking about, a lot of small units because they're going for the residential customer only. Now, I'll definitely take the residential customer, but we find that we can start to use a lot of the square footage because we have these larger units.
Any questions, Mr. Gold?
Thank you very much. That was a very good good description.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I know the staff will go over their report, but as you go forward here to make your determination on this plan, obviously you have to look at make the findings required under Rhode Island General Law 45-2360. And I'll just go through them quickly. Is this project consistent with the comprehensive plan? The staff has outlined the reasons why. This is a special redevelopment area under our comprehensive plan that's in existence for this whole corridor of Wellington Avenue. And this is it was targeted for the eventual reuse and regentrification of some of these old buildings along there. Clearly, it's consistent with the zoning ordinance. In the M2 zone, self-storage is allowed. Having heard the description of what's going on environmentally, while we're not at the final plan stage, I think we can make a finding that at the final plan, there'll be no significant negative environmental impacts. The other easy criteria under that statute is there's no creation of individual lots that can't be built on, and we obviously have access to a street. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time. I would note that I've reviewed the conditions that are suggested to you in the staff report, and obviously those are acceptable to the applicant, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Is there anyone present who would like to be heard on this matter? Yes. Please come up, state your name for the record, and
My name is Kevin Kernan. I reside in Warwick, and I run Consumers Moving Company in Cranston on Wellington Avenue. We would, our neighbor of 530 Wellington Avenue. We had space in that building for over 25 years. I'm sure the building needs work and needs improvement, but I feel compelled to speak here today due to the overbuilding of the mini storage industry. It almost seems a little bit out of control. There are so many mini storages. They're destined, in my opinion, to eventually fail. And as they fail, the value of their property will drop, and they will look for tax breaks, of course. And each mini storage that does not survive will be repurchased by someone at a lower cost. And that person will then hopefully make a go of it at a lower capital cost to buy the complex. And if that person doesn't make it, the property will be sold again at a lower cost. And it just seems to me to be a potential downroll spiral. And I did not come here with any prepared remarks. This is all ad lib, but I feel compelled to speak my piece. There are many storages in the neighborhood. Right down Wellington Avenue, it turns into Narragansett Street. There's Reservoir Avenue storage. Less than a half a mile away across the railroad tracks, there's a storage facility, brand new, on Elmwood Avenue. Sand Pond Storage was proposed for the corner of Elmwood and Post Road. I ran into difficulties. I don't know where it stands. Another mini storage was proposed on Post Road in the Patuxent area. It has not come to fruition yet. I hear today for the first time there's going to be one at the Cranston Print Works. There's a brand new facility on Route 10 where the old traffic administration adjudication building used to be. There's a new mini storage in Olneyville called Patriot Storage, right at the exit ramp coming out of Johnston, right on Hartford Avenue. There's another new mini storage on Corliss Street in Providence. The building at the corner of Branch Avenue, North Main Street, the old voting building that did the voting booths, the Department of Elections, I guess it's called. That's proposed to be turned into a mini storage. There's a brand new one on Jefferson Boulevard in Warwick near the Greenwood Inn. And there's many others. You know, I've just named a few off the top of my head. So there needs to be a thought of what would a reasonable person would do. So The one on Thurbers Avenue, which I don't think I mentioned that yet, perhaps I did, was massive. It was built on speculation. It was built to be flipped to one of the big buyers. This artist rendition looks like a public storage building to me. I know he says that he plans to run it. That's all fine and good. But if you can flip it, you can flip it. These large corporations have acquisition departments and building departments. They have people that work there that do nothing but acquire properties and build them. They use Wall Street money. They get it from the stock market, and their job is to build more and more and more and more. There's no restraint on them until they start to fail. And their business plan for most of these large corporations is to deal with any price war that they have coming, because they've got it built in. Many of their units, like Public Storage, for instance, they may have 150, 200, 300 units across the country. Some built 20 years ago, fully paid for. Some built 15 years ago, mostly paid for. Some built within the last 5 or 10 years. They're positioned to handle the eventual downturn in pricing power that you're going to be able to generate from these spaces. What's happening is the mini storage, just so that you know, or maybe you don't know, it's all about no labor. It's all about no people working there. And many of these places, and this gentleman seems a very nice man, but many of these places, there's no long-term employees. You're part-time. You get 20, 25 hours a week. You don't get 40 hours. You don't get 45 hours. You don't get overtime. They have key code entries, key code gates, pay online. Yeah, it's all modern and it's better in many regards, of course, but it is what it is. So the question is, how many do we need? How many are acceptable? How many can survive? How many can be here in the long term? And unlike a shoe factory, if you will, that builds shoes, if the shoe factory fails, well, they have an auction. They have a public auction. Everything's sold off. It's sold to the highest bidder. And I don't know, maybe a mattress company moves into that property, whatever. Once the mini storage is built, it's there for the long term. It's not something that just is going to be, torn down tomorrow because someone built it and they failed. It's just going to go down and down in price. And there's an article in the Boston Magazine, I believe it's called the Boston Magazine, about a meeting in 2019. All the bankers were there looking at the city of Boston. Maybe some of you read the article, how proud they were of what they accomplished in the city of Boston, and they should be proud. It was beautiful. The high rises, the towering office complexes. It was magnificent. And a lot of people made a lot of money. And now all of a sudden it's collapsing. It has collapsed. Buildings are selling for 25 cents on the dollar. A building that sold for 5 or 6 years ago might sell, $20 million then. It's $5 million now. So I'm just saying, take a minute to think, what would a reasonable person do? And is it appropriate to approve all these mini storages, or maybe the next one, or the next one, or the next one? Because this won't be the last. It's all capital. Most of these places are Wall Street money, like I said, and there's no outlook for the public community that they're in. This gentleman may be different. He says he's an operator, but that building looks like a public storage, mini storage building to me. If I've ever seen one, that artist rendition, just rendering, I don't think it's attractive. I think it's bland. I don't want to use the word ugly, but it's certainly not attractive. It's not going to enhance anything. Yeah, it's brighter, paint it white, it's brighter. There's nothing wrong with the heritage of the building that's been there for all these years. I mean, it doesn't have to look like cookie cutter like all the other mini storages. It could have a different look to it. Tens of thousands of people worked in those buildings since well before World War II. There's a history there. It's part of the New England tradition, our industrial mill buildings. They're not necessarily a bad thing. There were many people working in that building until recently. Companies had to move out for this redevelopment. Their leases were terminated and they were told to leave. Coal cabinet being one. Economy Moving and Storage being another, and I'm sure many others. Commercial engineering, commercial heating has to leave. So it's not like the building was vacant and it's being saved from being vacant. It's being converted into a mini storage. And yeah, it's great if the idea works, I suppose, and what if it doesn't? So I would basically tell you that my feeling, there's too many. It could be flipped tomorrow, but I guess it doesn't matter who owns it if you build it. The thought process is they will come. I don't understand how the market studies can possibly say that there's need in this area for another mini storage. And I may have some other comments, but you know, they're not on the top of my head. So I've said my piece and I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Mancini, and I represent the abutter at 570 Wellington Avenue, which is the entity by the name of Wellington Acquisitions. And we're very pleased, actually, to see that there's going to be work done at this site to remediate it, because certainly, as you can tell from the testimony, it needs remediation. However, that excitement also comes with some reservation, some concerns. Those concerns are predominantly with respect to the remediation and stormwater drainage. And I know that those will be issues that will be addressed at a later point. And I also understand that there's a significant process that this developer is going to undertake to remediate the site and to analyze it from a stormwater drainage perspective, as well as I understand the IT trip generation and the comments that were received with respect to traffic, but we also have some concerns with that. But with that, we've had some discussions over the last couple of days, and I spoke to Mr. Murray this morning. So I think we're going to work those concerns out and try to be good neighbors as this project moves forward. As to the amount of self-storage in the area, I think that's essentially something for free market to determine. And essentially that is, they're going to, as everything else, they could cannibalize themselves or they can be successful. It all depends on how it works. But I think what I'd like to see as a representative of the owner of the properties for this commission to take a thorough review of the project, as I know it will, and to analyze it specifically with the intention of ensuring that the proper mechanisms are in place for the remediation. It is a permitted use, so that certainly elevates the developer's side of this, if you will. However, there are other elements to the use that need to be considered, and I'm sure that the commission will do that in its decision. And again, I thank you for your time and efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Mancini. Anyone else here like to be heard? Mr. Murray, did you raise your hand? Or? Yeah, I think everybody else has spoken who wants to speak.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I've known Mr. Kiernan a long time, and if I could talk extemporaneously as cogent as he just did, I'd be doing something. He did a very nice presentation there. Whether or not we agree with anything or everything he said, the economics of this project and the whether or not there's too much self-storage, the need for more, that just isn't a criteria for this commission to consider. And you know, Mr. Mancini, my brother, said, you know, the free market will determine the success or failure of this project. My client, it's public record, paid $3.2 million for this building. Remediation is probably at another $2 million. So he better have a good business plan. So he's committed to this, to doing it right. And at the end of the day, the overall value and benefit to the city beyond a reuse of a building that, you know, needs reuse is a cleaner environment, and we can address all the comments that Mr. Mancini mentioned about remediation. That, you know, that's you know, his site needed, you know, is getting in the process of being remediated also. So, you know, that whole corridor of along the railroad line there, I'm sorry. that was, that whole corridor is a challenge with environmentally. So at the end of the day, the city benefits by this redevelopment. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'd like to ask Mr. Lima if we have anybody online who would like to be heard on this matter.
I'm not seeing any public comment, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder to the public that's going to use the raise hand function.
Okay, thank you.
I see no public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lima. Questions, comments, members of the commission? If not, we can go to staff.
All right, I will try not to repeat too much of what has already been said about the project, but quickly about the zoning map. The site, most of the surrounding area is the M2, heavy industrial district. It is abutting a residential district on the other side, but there is the heavy barrier of I-95, basically separating, the M2 district from the residential district. Here's just a future land use map. The zone designation, as discussed, is a special redevelopment area. Here's an aerial view. So a three-dimensional aerial view looking to the west side of the property. Here's the rear of the property. As you can see, it is abutting right between the railroad and the I-95 corridor. It's the northern corner. It's going to be down on the left is where going to be main entrance to the site is going to be. Here is a view from the east side, the west side of the building by Lawrence Street. And here is the southern entrance, which will primarily be used as a fire entrance. Quick look at the existing conditions and demolition plan. All the red buildings are buildings to be demolished. Here's the proposed plan. Into the planning analysis. Specifically, what I want to mention here is a bit about the special redevelopment area. There's some background to this, why it was designated a special redevelopment area. Some of it was primarily based on an idea of possibly bringing a transit station to this area and building transit-oriented development around it. At least that's part of what the original comp plan talked about the potential redevelopment of this area. But while it is on the, while a transit station is on the state rail plan, there's really no like substantial plans of a rail station coming to this area anytime soon, and we've also haven't seen any, proposals for any like transit oriented development in this area. Additionally, there's also a lot of contamination to the site, and construction of residential could be limited due to that. But otherwise, the proposal is consistent with the zoning ordinance, and it's not incompatible with the future land use map designation. Access to the site is primarily through Station Street, the main entrance on Station Street, Clarence Street, with like two entrances on Wellington Street. Again, those public streets. And then there's a 6-foot high chain link fence that will be surrounding the rear part of the site with barbed wire to prevent unauthorized access. Again, final designs of these will be subject to review. And we're not really predicting any significant environmental impact of this, especially since there's already heavy, contamination on the site. The applicant's planning to have a remedial action work plan and either like clean up the site or at least overall reduce the pollution on the site. In addition to improvements to the stormwater infrastructure and reduction of the impervious area on the site. Additionally, there's the National Heritage Map doesn't show that there's any like known rare species on the site, and it's not a significant. There's no regulated resource areas on the site of concern. Though, there is a storied history of the property due to its significant industrial use in the past. So there is, as discussed, has been a lot of contamination on the site, including the underground storage tanks. So the applicant will need to work closely with RIDEM to address any potential issues in that regard. Yeah, readjust that. For the findings of fact, an orderly, thorough, and expeditious technical review of the proposal has been conducted. Property owners within the 100-foot radius have been notified by a first-class mail, and the meeting agenda has been properly posted. As mentioned, the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, future land use map designation, especially because the originally intention of the special redevelopment district can't really be reached if the the transit station that was proposed there and the development that's supposed to happen around this transit station isn't really within our purview right now. And overall, the proposal is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. It will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. As stated, there are no significant cultural, historic, or natural features that can contribute to the attractiveness of the community. The subject land does not contain wetlands or flood zones. This finding pertains specifically to the final plan. However, no significant environmental impacts are anticipated. The project will be subject to all state and local regulations pertaining to environmental impacts, wetlands, and erosion control. As you said, the applicant will have to work closely with RIDEM. And the Natural Heritage Map shows that there's no known rare species located on the site. Proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots, since there's physical constraints to development. That building on those lots, according to pertinent regulations and building standards, would be impractical. The design and location of building lots, utilities, drainage, and other improvements will conform to local regulations for mitigation of flooding and soil erosion. The proposal will have adequate permanent physical access to Wellington Avenue, Station Street, and Clarence Street, all of which are public city streets. And the proposal provides for safe and adequate local circulation for vehicle traffic. And the staff recommendation, staff finds that this proposal is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of fact set forward in Rhode Island General Law, Section 45-2360 and Section 3L of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and approve the major land development project master plans submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. 1, submission of letters of availability from the Providence Water Supply Board and Veolia Water for water and sewer availability respectively. 2, all outside approvals from relevant state agencies and local agencies shall be provided.
Thank you very much for that analysis. Unless there are any further questions by members of the commission, I will accept a motion. Commissioner Zedelis. Commissioner Zedelis moves approval of staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Next order of business, Sharp Drive Solar. This is a preliminary plan. Involves the installation of a 0.4 megawatt ground-mounted solar photovoltaic system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just bear with me one second. Okay, I apologize. Again, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of Sharp Solar LLC, which is the applicant for the proposed 0.4 megawatt solar facility on property at the end of Ross Simons Drive, so it's Sharp Drive. The property is owned by the Patuxent River Authority. This commission saw this matter at the master plan level. You approved the master plan in July 11th of 2023. In the intervening months, since we were here, we have been waiting and obtained in April our wetlands permit, which obviously was the most significant outside agency item that we needed to address. That was received on April 26th. We also went to the Development Plan Review Committee as a clearinghouse for this commission as part of the process. And the Development Plan Review Committee on April 17th gave preliminary approval of the plan that's before you this evening. At the outset, let me just introduce Sharp Solar LLC is a related entity to Revity Energy. Mr. Ralph Palumbo is the managing principal of Revity Energy, and he and his company is overseeing the proposed development of this property. Jenna Shea from Dupree Engineering is going to come up and make a presentation momentarily. She's the project manager handling this project. This is a cleared piece of land. Jenna will get more into the existing conditions, but as some of you may recall, this parcel formerly was leased by the Patuxent River Authority for greenhouses. That was not sustainable, and ultimately the greenhouses have been removed. This is a tucked way behind at the end of Ross Simons Drive. You can reach across the gravel driveway and touch the substation owned by Rhode Island Energy that will help with this project. So it's a very isolated section. The good news is DEM has signed off on the plans for this, which hopefully the commission will take comfort in. And with that, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd ask Jenna Shea to come forward and go through a brief overview of the project.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jenna Shea. I'm a project manager at Dupree Engineering, which is located at 2 Stafford Court in Cranston, Rhode Island. In respect to all of your time this evening, I'm going to keep my presentation relatively brief. I'll briefly run through the existing conditions of the site as well as the proposed development. And then once I finish my presentation, if you'd like me to speak further on any of the topics, feel free to let me know. So the project, if we could please bring up the existing conditions plan for the site. So the project is located off of Ross Simons Drive, which is an existing access road off of Sharp Drive. And to the south and the east of the project is Warwick. And then along the entire eastern edge of the property is the Patuxent River. And then along the southern edge of the property is the National Grid parcel that contains the substation. As well as on the west of the property, there's all industrial zone properties, including a large paved parking area for Ross Simmons corporate office and Tasca Collision Center. As you can see, the project parcel is approximately 50 acres, and 20 acres of which are wetlands, and then the remaining 30 plus or minus acres are upland area. A majority of the southern portion of the parcel consists of wetland areas, and all of these wetlands have been flagged by Natural Resource Services within the vicinity of the project area. As a part of this application, we're not proposing any disturbance within the jurisdictional wetland areas, with the exception of the existing access road, which is located in the 200-foot jurisdictional wetland buffer. These areas have been previously disturbed and are located within the National Grid easement that's located on our site today. No grade changes will be proposed in these areas, and only roadway improvements as needed, as well as the proposed interconnection poles in this area will be proposed. The project area is relatively flat today, but the stormwater ultimately goes southwest past the transformer. But as you can see, the site is very, very flat. We've completed a Class 1 boundary survey of the property to date, and that is what is shown on our submission plans. And then, as you'll be able to see on the site plan, there's an existing National Grid or Rhode Island Energy access easement that runs through our property that contains an existing gravel access drive. This access easement will remain in use for the substation, but it will also be utilized for access to our solar development. So for the proposed development, although the subject parcel is approximately 50 acres, we will only be utilizing a 2-acre lease area, and the remaining area of the parcel will remain in its existing conditions as they are today. Previously, as Mr. Murray had mentioned, there were 2 greenhouses located on the property from a previous tenant, which have since been removed. And and there are also existing utility poles and overhead wires that are located in the project area. So for our proposed development, we will be proposing within the 2-acre lease area, a 0.4 megawatt AC solar development, which is an allowed use within the M2 zone of the property. The maximum solar coverage in this M2 zone is actually 85%. And I say that just because I want to point out that we are actually only proposing 3%, which is substantially below the maximum allowable. The solar development for safety will be surrounded by an 8-foot tall perimeter fence that will include 16-foot of spacing between the panels and the fence for maintenance and access of the property. And the proposed development will comply with all of the setbacks as defined by the M2 zone. The access to the site will be through the existing access drive that's currently used for the substation. And if you look on the plan that's on the screen right now, in the lower left-hand corner, that is where the substation is located today. For the interconnection for the solar development, since the substation is located directly adjacent to the development, we will be tying right into the substation, so no off-site improvements will be required in order to interconnect with Rhode Island Energy. The stormwater on site is handled due to the existing infiltrating stone that's located throughout the proposed disturbance area. The grass and stone areas under the solar panels will be utilized to provide water quality treatment and will be in accordance with the freshwater wetlands program and stormwater construction permitting groundwater solar array guidance document. And as Mr. Murray just mentioned, we have since receiving master plan approval, we have received RIDEM approval. And they have thoroughly reviewed the stormwater and the project design. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from members of the commission at this point? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
So, as part of our submission, we did submit a stormwater operations and maintenance plan, soil erosion, and those were all reviewed by DEM, correct?
Correct.
And that was in concert with the wetlands permit that we obtained.
Correct.
And, as part of the ordinance we submitted in our package, we were required to submit a decommissioning estimate, and that was also part of our submission to the for this preliminary approval, correct?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Ms. Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, let me ask Mr. Lima if there is anyone online who would like to be heard on this matter.
Drake Patton?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Drake Patton, 684 Natick Avenue. I would encourage, I guess it's not really a question but just a comment. I would encourage the commission to ask about what happened in the recent flooding events that we all experienced multiple times, starting in December. How is that land faring in the flooding events? I would love to know that, and I think you would want to know that. And also the sort of representation that this is a small portion of the overall lot. It seems that should be a permanent condition if the representation is that this is a very small percentage of what is going to be developed into solar use. I would also recommend some answers on that. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patton.
There is no other further public comment.
No other public comment. Okay, thank you. Questions from the commission members? Yes, Commissioner Frias.
Is this appropriate time to ask the staff a question about their report, or should I let the staff do their report first?
Why don't we have the staff give the findings and recommendations?
Yeah, as mentioned, so moving on to the zoning map, this is an M2 zoned parcel. Surrounding area is also M2. There is some residential on the very west of Pontiac Ave, which on this map is the road to the very left side. Over here, but since the project area is around here, and there's a significant there's already a solar installation in this area and in which is covering capped landfill. Most people won't even notice that the solar installation is even there. And here is the future land use map. You'll see that this is the future land use map designates this as open space. And I will address the different, the kind of the conflict there of it being a solar use within an open space use was already addressed during the master plan stage, and I'll reiterate those points as well. As shown, this is the aerial view of the site. It is right next to the radiant impacted site, as you can clearly see from just from the aerials. Here is a more clear three-dimensional view where you can see the existing driveway from Ross Simmons Drive pretty clearly. Yeah, here's the site plan, the wetlands and flooding plan. You can see from this plan that there is a part of the active site is within the 1% floodplain. What is it, the 1% annual chance flood hazard zone. But overall, despite that, there's not really expecting any impact from the flood or from the use to the site or from the flooding to the actual use of it. And continuing with the environmental impact, the RIDEM does designate parts of this plot. So you have to understand this is also a larger area, and parts of the area do have is a groundwater protection area, and it's a natural heritage area where species are discovered on the lot area, but the actual project area shouldn't really impact these. Additionally, the applicant has also received their RIDEM freshwater wetlands permit. So this site has already been under review from RIDEM. Yeah, the applicant has stated that due to the location of the panels, and there's already a pre-existing disturbed area on the site, and they're not really don't really see any impacts from this development on protected species or groundwater in the area or flooding, etc. Going back to the consistency of the surrounding area, it is a permitted industrial use. And there's already an existing solar installation on a capped landfill right next to it. Generally, we understand that it's consistent with the area. And access to the site will be, as discussed, through the existing 15-foot wide gravel driveway. And the site will be fenced off with an 8-foot high chain link fence. Yeah, there are the inconsistencies between the open space designation of the FLUM and the the M2 zoning district is properly addressed within this project. And I'm just reiterating points that were already stated during the master plan stage. Those are that all proposed development on this parcel is located on a already disturbed area on the site. The owner of the property, the Patuxent River Authority, they are the ones, managing the site and preserving the site. And this, renewable energy project will go towards them funding basically creating a sustainable funding source to keep, maintaining the site. Additionally, it is also, more, green energy, production as well. More energy production on a relatively small area. And therefore, staff finds that the impact of the proposal and the inconsistency of the fund designation is more than offset by the general site improvements, the renewable energy generation, the sustainable funding for land preservation of an important natural resource area. The findings of fact. Property owners within the 400-foot radius have been notified via certified mail, and the meeting agenda has been properly posted. The proposal has been satisfactorily addressed the issues where there may be inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, particularly in regard to inconsistencies with the future land use map designation. The proposal is consistent with the zoning ordinance. No significant environmental impacts are anticipated. The proposal will subject to all state and local regulations pertaining to environmental impacts of wetlands. The Rhode Island DEM Natural Heritage Map shows that there are known rare species located on the site, and the applicant has stated during the master plan stage of review that they will be coordinating with the wetland biologist during the design process to ensure the prevention of any impact of sensitive species located to the subject parcel. Additionally, the applicant has supplied a RIDEM OWR freshwater wetlands permit. The proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots, such as physical restraints to development. Building on those lots according to pertinent regulations and building standards would be impractical. Design location of building lots, utilities, drainage, and other improvements will conform to local regulations for mitigation of flooding and soil erosion. The proposal will have adequate permanent physical access to Ross Simmons Drive, which is a public city street, and the proposal provides for safe and adequate local circulation for vehicle traffic. And the recommendation, staff finds that this proposal is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of facts set forth in Rhode Island General Law, Section 45-2360 and Section 3L of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulation. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and approve the major land development project preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. 1, a final plan for development plan review shall be approved prior to the approval of the final plan approvals for the major land development plan.
Commissioner Frias.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman. Just want you to turn to page 9 of your report, and I want to ask you a question, and then or two, and then have a comment. If you see at the first bullet point on page 9.
I do not have the report in front of me, just for context.
Give it to you then, because I have it from memory. Do you see the sentence that begins with the installation?
Yes.
Okay. So the sentence reads, the installation of this photovoltaic system requires a relatively small land area while generating a substantial amount of energy compared to traditional energy sources. What is the basis for your factual assertion there?
This is actually lifted directly from the master plan.
Okay. When we get to master plan stage, I will tell you that is factually inaccurate because we're talking about a 0.5 megawatt of electricity being produced by 2 acres. When I know there are other ways to produce electricity that produces a lot more electricity by acre. Okay. So I just wanted to say that because I'll be supporting this preliminary plan application, but I want to make it clear that I'm supporting it not because of this, I think, inaccurate factual assertion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions, members of the commission? Okay, in that case, I will accept, just make sure I'll accept a motion. Commissioner Zedelis moves approval of staff recommendation. And seconded by Commissioner Matus. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion passed. Okay, next item is the Garden Park replat preliminary plan. As part of the Unified Development Review, this is one of the first ones we've had under this new statute. It's a minor land development project with zoning relief.
Ready? Okay, this is the Garden Park replat. Owner and applicant Robert E. Mole at 257 Eastview Ave. Assessors plot 11-3, lot 1177, A6 zoning, which is single-family residential. We're looking at a FLUM designation of single-family residential 7.2 density to 3.64 unit per acre. And we're looking at reconfiguring one existing record lot into two. Here is our current parcel property here. Here's the aerial view. Here's a 3D aerial view, not as clear, but we're looking at kind of like this grass area right next to the current residence that's going to be developed into another residence. This is a street view of that grassy area with the driveway kind of to the side. And you can see again that same driveway. I just wanted to give you another screenshot that kind of helps you understand the parcel. So the driveway now is to the right side of that drawing. This is the existing condition. You can see that new lot being kind of schemed out to the north, and now that new lot has the proposed house on it. Driveways are both coming from the same direction on Uxbridge Street rather than Eastview. The relief that's necessary for this development is from the new development, the new parcel. It's going to need a relief from the land area. It's slightly under the land area. And the frontage is slightly off by 4 feet. And then the existing parcel is now, it needs a relief from the rear setback. So if I just go back a little bit, the existing has two frontages now because it is a corner lot. So the primary frontage is kind of at the bottom of the page. That's what we call the primary frontage, which makes the top, the rear setback. So that rear setback now from the new house proposed needs a variance. That variance is regarding the proposed 8 feet, which requires 20. Consistency with the surrounding area regards that this is in a A6 zone with industrial nearby and an A8 zone nearby. The development generally consists of single family and two family as well as multifamily off Oakland Ave. This application is for a single family dwelling, which I felt was consistent. The property is located off of the corner of Uxbridge and Eastview Ave. Also just reiterating, the proposed lot is slightly under square footage area by 960 square feet. The frontage, like I said, is only 12 feet off. And now consistency with the comp plan. We have the parcel that we're talking about designated as 7.26 to 3.64 units of density for single family residential. The proposal particularly is 7.45. So we're really generally close to what the comp plan is asking for, and the use is by right here. Unified Development Review. This is just saying that we feel as though it is consistent and that it would not, I will say, right. So if we were kind of going to neglect the relief here, it would make it a little bit inconsistent and impractical. The property that we're talking about has been owned by the same family since 1966 without any adjustments to the property. And therefore, it does not appear to be any prior actions by the current applicant that would have resulted in a hardship. The proposal is consistent with general character of the comprehensive plan. And staff notes that there's no avenue to construct this permitted development without dimensional relief due to the placement of the existing house, the shape and the size of the property. So it's really being set up pretty well for this subdivision. The subdivision and land development review regards that the proposed development and relief is supported again by the comprehensive plan. And I wanted to particularly point out that if we kind of look at the second bullet point, the land use and zoning consistency section within the comprehensive plan states something very particular about parcels that are 5,000 square feet within this zone. It talks about, I will just quote, the lot sizes of many parcels in the A6 zoning district on average under the minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet for single family. The recommendation is to reduce the number of variances that are required to improve these buildings and permit this new development because the proposed lot is slightly under 1,000 square feet of the minimum requirement. Staff notes also, last bullet point, that it will seek zoning relief for density and frontage on the second parcel. No significant environmental impacts are anticipated. The proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots with physical constraints due to the development that building on those lots according to pertinent regulations and building standards would be impractical. And also this proposal obviously kind of provides for safe and adequate local circulation, nothing crazy here. My recommendation is that the staff finds this proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law 45-2360 and Section 3 of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of facts documented above and approve the minor land development project preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below, which are the curb-to-curb pavement restoration, and that the applicant should install the granite bounds as well as the payment of the impact fee.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present? Would the applicant like to speak?
We are, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Again, Robert Murray for the applicant and owner, Robert Mall, who's standing to my right. This is another application before you, second month in a row for you to utilize your authority under the new statute for unified development. Where previously an applicant would be required to go to the zoning board and the planning commission. You're now empowered to grant the relief that's being sought this evening in the request to approve this subdivision of property. Brianna went over this very nicely, so in the interest of time, I'll try not to cover ground already traveled. But let me just ask Mr. Mall to introduce himself and state his name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mall. I reside at 13 Penny Lane, Cranston.
And Mr. Mall, you acquired the property at 257 Eastview Avenue recently, correct?
Correct, back in April.
And that property is at the corner of Oxford Street and Eastview Avenue.
Correct.
And the house at 257 Eastview Avenue obviously fronts on Eastview Avenue.
That is correct.
And what you're proposing tonight is you're asking permission of the planning commission to subdivide this lot into an additional lot in order to construct a single-family home that would front on Oxford Street, correct?
Correct.
And the overall square footage of the parcel as they exist today is just slightly under 12,000 square feet.
11,400, right.
And it is located in an A6 zone.
Yes.
And the minimum lot size for that zone is 6,000 square feet.
Correct.
So we're slightly short of the overall requirement for the A6 zone in terms of area. What we've proposed this evening are a subdivision that would leave the existing house at 257 Eastview Avenue on a lot of 6,600 square feet, correct? And it would it would then require the new lot to be created, my glasses are correct, to be on a lot of 5,040 square feet.
That's correct.
So that is the 960 square feet that Brianna was just referring to in terms of dimensional relief we're asking.
That's right.
And with that, just speak to the commission. Brianna, can we just pull up the site plan possibly? In terms of the proposal that's on the screen right there, you gave some consideration to where you would draw the lot line for the new lot for the proposed house, correct?
That's correct.
And let me just back up for a second. Obviously, you're familiar with the house on the property. Are you also familiar with the surrounding area?
I am.
And it's predominantly a single-family home area, would you say?
It is.
And the proposed house that we're showing here, we are asking for dimensional relief, but we're not asking for any relief for the proposed house. You would be prepared to comply with the setback requirements in the A6 zone.
All the setbacks will comply.
Okay. So as we look at that plan, the proposed lot is under the 6,000, but we also only show 54 feet of frontage along Uxbridge Street, correct?
That's correct.
And while the house on Eastview Avenue would have 74 feet of frontage on Uxbridge, what was your consideration of why you proposed that lot to only have 54 feet of frontage?
Well, we tried to keep the existing home with an effective yard area, not to make it an impossibility. We could have expanded the frontage, but it would have just shortened everything on the existing home. It just didn't seem to be an effective way to subdivide.
And was there also consideration for an existing driveway
Yes.
on Uxbridge Street?
We wanted to utilize that driveway that was already in place.
And so that driveway will remain with the house on Eastview Avenue?
Correct.
And that's kind of where that crosshatch area is identified. That's the portion you remove.
We have to remove that 3 feet of it, yeah.
Now, so because of your desire to try and retain as much of the existing driveway for the house on Eastview Avenue, you were short 6 feet of the required 60 feet on Uxbridge.
That's correct.
And there are 3 forms of relief: the area of the new lot, the frontage of the new lot, street frontage, and then the last piece is just we're treating the rear of the existing house at 257 Eastview Avenue as the rear lot. And we would not meet the 20-foot requirement in the A6 zone.
That's correct.
So you're asking the commission, in approving the subdivision, to allow that house, which has long existed, but right now, the existing rear yard goes all the way to the top of the screen, if I can use that direction. We would then, the existing house as proposed with this division line would not meet the rear setback, correct? Right. Since you acquired the property, have you done anything to alter it in any way?
No.
Have you given any portions of the property?
No,
away?
we have not.
And if the board approves this matter tonight, then the plans would be to construct a single-family home on this lot as envisioned in this plan.
That's correct.
And the single-family house is a permitted use in the A6 zone, correct? Correct. Bear with me, Mr. Chairman. And under the Rhode Island General Standards that Mr. Marcello is going to advise the commission on, you are, the lot has access to a street.
Yes, it does.
And you will, because of the location of the existing house, in your opinion, is this the minimal minimal relief that you need to build a new single-family home on it?
It would be, yes.
Otherwise, you would have to do something about altering the existing house, correct? And that would not be preferential, correct?
That's right.
Chairman, I have no other question of Mr. Mal at this time. Just wait, see.
I just do have one question at this time. One of the things we often look at in situations like this is the other lots surrounding or within the neighborhood, how many or what percentage are non-conforming in order to preserve neighborhood character. Do we have anything on that?
I believe Brianna in her report, her staff report, did an extensive analysis of the consistency of our proposal with the area, and I'll defer to that documentation.
Yes, I certainly did look into that. In the memo itself, there's a screenshot from the comprehensive plan that directly pulls from the quote that I stated that just talks about those 5,000 square foot lots within the A6 zone particularly. That screenshot shows you that there's around 50% of the lots within the A6 zone that are undersized. So this is a consistency with what we see in this neighborhood.
Good, thank you. That does answer my question. Other questions from members of the commission for the applicant, Commissioner Frias?
This is a quick thing. What I can tell is that the density here would be 7.4 units per acre and the future land use map is 7.26, right?
I believe that's the calculation.
And by my understanding, that's probably a difference of about 2.7% higher, approximately. I did the math on my thing.
I'll accept your.
Subject to check, subject to check. All right.
Something that likely falls within general consistency, in my opinion.
No, I know. That's what I was about to say is that it's a pretty small to me. I will vote no when it's there, but this is pretty small to me. So thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions from the commission, thank you. And just want to ask if, yes,
Yeah, there is one gentleman who
Oh,
wants to speak. So I just
okay,
want to be aware of that.
yes. Let me ask anyone who is here who'd like to speak to this issue to please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carl Hernandez. I reside at 108 Uxbridge, which is the property closest to the new proposed house. I spoke with Mr. Mall prior to having this, and I see that I have no issues after talking to him about this, especially with removing of any of the current greenery that's over there, as well as basically just something as simple as, respect of the properties around. I currently have a 9-month-old, and my wife is due in October for our second child. So just noise ordinance and understanding when this was going to be done. He gave me a date of September around that time, which is comfortable because with the newborn in the house, this is going to be a lot of noise right next door. So that's the only issue that I may have if this goes further down the line past September. I don't know how that would affect here now because, like I said, I do not have an issue with this. And he stated that this will not overshadow my property as of right now due to the aplevieties that are there that are around 18 feet or so. That's just the only statement that I had, and appreciate the time and thank you for this.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Lima, is there anybody online who wishes to be heard on this issue?
There is no public comment.
Okay, for the record, no public comment. Any other questions, members of the commission?
So just,
Yes,
I know we're going through unified development. Every month we'll try to get a little better at this, but when you're determining whether to approve the zoning variance portion, you must go through all the respective criteria that's required and make positive findings on all of them in order to approve the zoning variance portion. Last month, we just approved zoning variances. And obviously, if you're going to deny the zoning variance, you must find a negative recommendation on one of those and certainly give your reasoning for that. I just have to disagree with one aspect of the report where it says not D2, which is the hardship, is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. It's not the prior action of the prior owner, it's the action of the current applicant for what that is applicable to. There's a and there's a Supreme Court case, Shaka versus Caruso, which the applicant subdivided a lot and then came in for dimensional relief. And the subdivision of the lot was the prior action of the applicant, for which, so that is the actions, the subdivision, that's the action of the applicant. So just want to relay that to everybody. Looking at me like questionable. So the action of the applicant was to subdivide the lot. The lot then became a non-conforming lot. Then the applicant came in and asked for dimensional relief for the lot for which they created the non-conformity. The non-conformity was the result of their prior action.
So if the subdivision of the lot and the request for dimensional relief happen at the same time, it's not a prior action.
No, it is a prior, the prior action it's happening all at the same time. Prior, you would have to go here, additional action on the zoning board. And then, so the action is the request here. The way we used to do it is you would approve something subject to approval of the zoning board, and then it would come back. Here, you're doing it all at once.
So let me just get a clarification. Do we need to change the findings at all before we take a vote?
No, when you're going over your zoning findings, if you can make positive findings on all 4 of the criteria, comprehensive plan, the hardship is not the result of the prior action of the applicant, more than a mere inconvenience, meaning, with that new language. And if the applicant met all those 4 criteria, then you would obviously approve the zoning variance. If you find that the applicant does not meet one or more of those criteria, you would deny the zoning variance, and then there would be no need to move forward with the subdivision portion.
Okay, so we would take 2 votes then. The commission would take 2 votes. One is the zoning.
Yeah,
findings.
we always have to do 2 votes because they're 2 separate legal.
Yeah.
Whether you approve it, the only time you would take 1 vote is if you denied something from the zoning portion. Otherwise, because you could, in theory, approve a zoning portion and then deny the subdivision for some other reason, some environmental reason, some traffic reason, something like that, in theory.
Okay, good. This is my first one, so I wasn't here last month, so thank you.
It's the first for everybody.
Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, then the first vote would be on the zoning findings. Yeah, I'll accept the motion. Yes, yes, yeah.
They're on 2 separate slides, so sorry about that. These ones are pretty common for all, so I think I'm going to go back to this slide, which probably says more specific things about this case here.
Yes. Mr. Murray. The- Yeah, the four criteria, yeah.
It's not in the slides, it's in the report.
So,
Are we supposed to go by each one or just the general zoning? Just say like, we find like a motion to like,
I
we
mean,
find it in
in theory,
conformance with the statute.
So if we're in the town of Lincoln, they literally go, and we don't have to do this. You know, the board finds that the hardship is not the result from which the applicant seeks relief due to the unique characteristics of the subject land because the applicant, because the land was pre-existing and the lot was there. The hardship is not the result of the prior action of the applicant because, and then obviously, it's, for instance, it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan because it's 7.4 as opposed to 7.5. And, more than a mere inconvenience, so that's the way if we were in, Tony DeSisto does it in his towns, but I don't want to take all night doing it that way.
Yeah.
However, it is when crafting a motion, then if you can either accept all of the staff's recommendations when doing the motion and it has the reasons in there, or if you have different reasons, either for or against, you'd have to state those reasons. Yeah, so it starts, so their recommendations are, and the legal standards start on page 8.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the board adopt the findings of fact as follows. That the application is consistent with required findings of fact due to the fact that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characters of the subject land and structures, that there's no avenue, that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant, that granting the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. And that in granting dimensional variance or failing to grant the dimensional variance, sorry, so many negatives. Failing to grant the dimensional variance would cause the owner to suffer a hardship that is more than mere inconvenience.
Okay.
And therefore approve the application.
To approve the application, yeah. All right, motion made by Commissioner Coop, And do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Exter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And now we approve the preliminary plan.
Now you gotta do this kind of second vote.
Yeah.
As you would normally accept staff recommendations regarding the subdivision portion, your normal planning board portion.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll accept another motion to accept the findings of fact and adopt the recommendation of staff.
I'll make that motion as well.
Motion made by Commissioner Coop and seconded by Commissioner Exter. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Okay, next order of business is another one on Unified Development Review and approval of preliminary plan. It is Eatree Commons minor land development project with zoning relief. Okay, is the applicant present for the Eatree Commons?
Yes.
Sorry for the delay.
No, it would be easier if you go up, we go first. Your presentation's already here.
Fine. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Delighted to be here. Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston, on behalf of Daniel Balkin, the owner and applicant of the property at 1455 Park Avenue. Mr. Balkin is joining us this evening. We have a short PowerPoint presentation by Casali Engineering, which I'll reintroduce Bill Lavery. This property is in a C2 zone, commercial district. This property is just to the east of Marchetti's Restaurant. For those familiar with that geography in the city, It's sandwiched between Marquette's and I believe a hair salon to its east. Mr. Balkan owns the property. There is an existing two-family dwelling with a commercial office in the building. And as will be explained, we're looking to add additional dwelling units to this property. It is an undersized lot based on the formula. While the use is permitted, we will be asking for a dimensional variance in our presentation. But I think the members of the commission, it's a unique area because we got the commercial activity of Knightsville and Park Avenue. Across the street is that Mako car painting place. To the rear, there's residential development, so it's clearly a mixed use area if there ever was one. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Bill Lavery from Casali Engineering just to come up and help us through the development with a short presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Again, William Lavery Jr., Project Manager, Joe Caselli Engineering. Just want to walk you through quickly on this project, E-Tree Commons, located 1455 Park Avenue. Located, as Mr. Attorney Murray said, to the east of Marquette's, some bearings, Cranston Street and Park Avenue. Our parcel, there's 3 parcels actually, all in the commercial C2 zone and approximately 23,800 square feet combined. So on the parcel, currently, there's an existing structure having 2 residential units and an office use. We are proposing to abandon the interior lot lines for one parcel, approximately just shy of 24,000 square feet. And what our proposal is multifamily development. And as Attorney Murray said, we are looking for a dimensional variance on density. What's up here right now is the density calculation for this zone. For multi-family use, we have 6,000 square feet base area and then 4,000 square feet of additional area per unit. When that calculations run through for the 23 or just shy of 24,000 square feet that we have, we're allowed five dwelling units. And we are proposing 8 here tonight for respectfully requesting relief of 10,129 square feet or 3 units. And just to run through the project, the existing structure will be reconfigured into 2 new dwelling units, and a proposed 6-unit structure would be proposed to the north of the existing structure. Just some quick elevation sketches from the architect. That's just 3 of them, but there'll be 3 more connected to that, just showing 1-car garage and 2 stories. Just a back elevation reference. Garage in the front, master bedroom on the first floor, bathroom upstairs would have family room, kitchen, another bedroom. Just laying out the site some more. We have entry off of Park Avenue. We have some tandem spaces adjacent to the existing structure. We have driveways allocated for each proposed new dwelling unit, and we have 8 additional spaces towards the rear of the parking lot. Per fire, we have a minimum driveway 20 feet, and that's just our parking calculation showing that we meet the minimum requirement of 2 per unit. We also have a space for a dumpster enclosure, as well as a proposed sign for the development should it move forward. Just another note on this, I know we've read the staff comments and specifically the fire marshal's comment on this. We've also met in person with him, and we are not, in objection to doing anything that he deems is safe to confirm that there's no parking signs or striping, so that no one, the fire marshal was concerned about people or residents parking on the drive lane. So we'll do anything that he requests to conform to that concern. We propose new landscaping throughout the parcel, street trees along Park Avenue, new landscaping along the easterly property line, and also a proposed white vinyl fence. There is an existing fence that currently runs behind the property along the residential lot line. Moving into utilities, we have two proposed underground drainage systems, very deep water tables on this site, so we're able to use infiltration on this site. Our proposal here would be to utilize the underground systems and mitigate stormwater peaks and volumes with the proposed impervious areas. Here's just a quick table from our drainage analysis showing the reductions both in peak rates and stormwater volumes. For utilities, there is an existing connection for the existing structure. We are proposing to put a 6-inch sewer infrastructure with a new sampling manhole at the frontage and a connection into the main that exists in Park Avenue. Here is a letter from Veolia Water just discussing capacity and availability of that line or that proposed connection. Again, there is an existing 12-inch water line within Park Avenue with an existing service. In conforming with Providence Water, we'll put a new 2-inch service into that existing building and then come out of that building to service the additional 6 units. Again, here's another water availability letter from Providence Water. And just where we are today, we had a pre-application meeting with Development Plan Review Committee on December 20th. And we're here before you because this is a minor for preliminary plan. And should we receive relief tonight and approval of preliminary plan, we're ready to submit to DEM for the stormwater and groundwater discharge permit, as well as DOT for our PAP permit to modify that curb cut, as well as the final filings for connection and road work with Cranston Public Works, Veolia Water, and Providence Water, and then back with the planning department for a final plan. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Mancini believes she has a conflict, so.
I didn't get proper notice of this to my property, and I own a property at 14 America Street, so I have to recuse myself, which is on the back side of the property.
So two issues. One is she owns the property abutting this property, so she's going to recuse herself. And for the record, she stated that she did not get notice of the hearing. So.
The second time I didn't receive notice of this to our property, our LLC that owns these properties, could be did not get notice of a nice little pub on Cranston Street was up for the docket too.
I apologize. I didn't hear what her address was of her property. 14-16 America.
Yep.
Believe her, I'm just, they went certified mail. I don't know if that was an issue, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to find her on the list.
While we're waiting, Attorney Marcella, do you have the forms that the commissioner?
Really, Jason, do you
or-
have?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have them, but I'll have her. I'll make sure she.
Oh,
submits
okay.
the
Thank
recusal
you.
form.
The list of abutters for 14 America Street, is that what you said?
14-16 was an LLC.
Tax assessor has Knightsville Properties LLC as the owner. I don't know if that's her.
I
her-
believe, yeah, and at her LLC. So
Okay.
as long as it was sent by, I just,
Well,
okay.
here's my,
If you sent it,
here is my dilemma.
Okay.
And I apologize for doing this in public. I believe we sent notice, certified. I don't have all my certifieds with me here. In my affidavit that I submitted to Brianna, I attached Mr. Maul's list of abutters. So, I will correct that, because I believe the notice for 1455 Park Avenue was sent, but I'm just, for the record, the affidavit that I just noticed as I'm looking at it, that's why I couldn't find her address, attached Mr. Maul's written, because I did them simultaneously. I think I just switched the list. So, on my representation that notice was sent, I will determine whether or not it has not come back to me yet as undeliverable.
it's your call, Bob. You're
Yeah,
the
I
applicant.
apologize. Mr. Chairman, can I?
Bob, we're gonna check the file because we did get a few that are undeliverable back from the mail.
Could I indulge you like a 2-minute recess just so I can,
Certainly.
just give me 2 minutes?
Okay, certainly.
Well, why don't we take the recess and then?
at this time. We can reconvene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the confusion. Let me just take a step back. With respect to Ms. Mancini, and I understand why she's recusing herself. She is within the 400-foot abutter radius. And I have satisfied myself that notice was sent to her. Because the first certified receipt that I have says Knightsville Property, P.O. Box 203, Hope, Rhode Island. The requirement is to mail them. It's not necessarily that they receive them. I have all the green cards at my office. If she said she didn't get it, I accept that. But the burden on the applicant is to send the notice. I don't want to get into the fact that she was here and said, she cured the problem by saying she was here, but that's a separate issue. She's recusing herself. But for the record, I have evidence that I satisfied myself that we sent it. Problem was, all these preliminary plans have to go certified mail. So I sent out about 300 of them almost on the same day. What I did, and I apologize, and Brianna caught it, I attached Mr. Balkin's list of abutters to my affidavit for Mr. Mall, and Mr. Mall's list of abutters to Mr. Balkin's thing. Brianna was smart enough to catch that and corrected it. I didn't catch that. So my affidavit is okay. And I think we've resolved that issue, at least to my satisfaction, to go forward. If there was a question that whether or not any attempt to make send notice was not properly done, I'd be asking for a continuance to renotice. But I'm satisfied at this point that we've fulfilled the obligations that we have. So, may I proceed?
Okay, yes, let's move forward then.
Okay. Where we left off, I think we finished the PowerPoint. Mr. Lavery gave a good overview of the project. I would just like to introduce Mr. Balkin and have him come up briefly for.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan Balkin. I preside at 50 Bluebird Lane in Cranston. I've been a 20-year resident of the city. My wife is an implant, born and raised. I bought this property a few months back, 6 months ago. I'm also in the title and closing business. I've been doing real estate closings for about 20 years myself, so I'm familiar with a little bit of this. But when I took on the project, I saw and envisioned this property as being something a little bit different just because of the community that it's in, hence the name Eatery Commons. With all of the work that's being prospectively done to the area, I really did have an envision of putting something really nice here for the community. And actually with phase 2 and phase 3 underway, that the stamped concrete actually comes right up to where the property ends, which is really nice because I plan on doing nice stonework in the front and presenting, the property to the highest level of what everybody's looking for. So, thank you.
Dan, let me just ask a couple questions. First, the property as you acquired it contained 3 assessors lots, correct?
Correct.
And prior to this application, you didn't alter the boundaries or give away any portions of the property?
None.
And so you acquired a long bowling alley type parcel, and that's how it stands today?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that in order to develop the parcel as envisioned in the PowerPoint and your plan submitted, we need a dimensional variance from this board first, just as we did on the prior application, before they can approve the minor land development. You understand that?
Correct, yes.
And is it fair to say that one of the considerations in your application was the uniqueness of this parcel of land, because you're limited, you don't have sufficient room or width to, for example, extend a cul-de-sac into this property?
Correct, yes.
And it's your desire to leave the existing 2-family home on the site.
Yes, sir.
And the 6 new units would be to the north, east-west north.
Yes.
Right, of the existing building. And that building is a two-family, and wasn't, when you acquired it, was there a small commercial office in it?
Yeah, there's a small office on the first floor.
And that would be eliminated in this plan.
Correct.
And the use as envisioned here, the multifamily use, is a permitted use in the C2 zone, which is defined as neighborhood business under our zoning code.
Correct. Yes.
And if the board saw fit not to grant this application for dimensional relief, you would not be able to develop in accordance with the scheme that you showed here, and that would amount to more than a mere inconvenience to you.
I believe so, but yes.
And you're prepared to, you heard the recommendation, you've read the staff report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed the conditions or recommendations from the Cranston Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that their concern or request is that you limit parking along the easterly boundary line entering the property.
Yes.
And while you will landscape that side with in accordance with the landscape plan you submitted here, you have no problem with restricting parking along that access point to the rear of the property.
Yes, we'd have plenty of signage, paint, and whatever we would have to do to eliminate anybody wanting to park along that area.
And when we met with the fire department, they asked for some type of hammerhead or some type of ability to turn a rescue vehicle around. And that was accomplished with the layout designed by Casali Engineering, correct?
Correct.
And you understand the enclosure, if you put a dumpster there, you'll be required to have it enclosed.
Yes.
But I believe in Cranston, I'll stand corrected, that condo owners are eligible to participate in normal waste management. Condo owners can participate with the normal waste removal. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, Bob, can you repeat that?
Have they changed the rule that if you're a condo owner, you get to use the recycling bin and
That's correct. You do have a right to that, yes.
We wouldn't necessarily have to have a dumpster. We could have individual barrels or recycling.
Correct, yep.
But right now, your plan is to put a dumpster.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the confusion a few minutes ago, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Glad we have it resolved. Commissioner Frias.
Thank you. As you know, we started doing this unified development thing because of state law. So I have a couple of questions about the hardship standard here, okay? So under the state law for hardship, it states, relief sought is minimal to reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use. The fact that the use may be more profitable or that the structure may be more valuable after relief is granted is not grounds for relief. So I want to understand why there's a hardship here, because why can't he just build and just have 5 units rather than 8?
You will note, Mr. Frias, at no time did we mention financial interest or gain or the units as proposed here were done in consultation with the engineering firm as to what would be compatible, what would be, would it still work on the site? And we didn't propose 10, we proposed 8 because we thought that was consistent with the area and the site worked with the 8 units.
Another thing in the statute refers to granting the requested variance will not alter, or I'll just skip, will not impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance that we're dealing with here partially is a density ordinance, certain amount of units per land, and then you go up afterwards, 6,000 square feet, then 4,000. How is this, you're going over it by around 50%, basically, because it's supposed to be 5.56 and now you're going to 8. So I'm just trying to figure out why you think this is not.
Well, in the first instance, it speaks to alter the general character of the surrounding area. And I think everyone would acknowledge who's even passingly familiar with the area, it's a mixed bag. The introduction of new housing enhances the area, but it certainly doesn't alter the character of it. More, if the property were developed for uses found, the more, commercial uses found in a C2 zone, in my opinion, it might be more incompatible with the area than the proposed multifamily use. That's just my thought on that. With respect to the second part was impairing the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance. I take a broader, more universal look at the zoning ordinance as it speaks to in the C2 zone multifamily uses being allowed. We're not asking for a use variance. We're asking for dimensional relief. And so the question that I think any reviewing body would have to consider is, on balance, is the proposal, does it fit with the property? Is it so out of character that it wouldn't be appropriate? I don't think it is. But in terms of, I don't think we frustrate the intent of the zoning ordinance when in fact, and to be honest, I had to double check today that in the C2 zone multifamily, you're allowed to have single family, 2-family, and multifamily in a C2 zone. So our godfathers, our forefathers of city councils determined that this use would be appropriate in the C2 zone. And so while I will agree with you that there is a formula in the zoning code as a guide for development, I take a broader review of the ordinance, the zoning ordinance in total. And then the last part is in impairing the comprehensive plan, and I think that this site, it is in conformity with the comprehensive plan based on my review.
And when you say it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, you're aware of the density number in the comprehensive plan, which I believe for this is more along the lines of, I think, 10.89. And this is going to be somewhere in the range of 14.6, right? I'm looking at page 8 of the report.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 7 of the staff report where it says the proposed density is slightly above by 1.54 units to calculate the density designated within the comprehensive plan. That's on page 7.
Right.
Under consistency with the comprehensive plan. So I will concur with the staff that with their findings that this use would be generally consistent with the future land use map designation. And then clearly they've appropriately cited portions of the comprehensive plan speaking to housing stock and its development, housing, the use of property for the identification of property for redevelopment options.
Yeah, I'll ask the staff in a minute about how they calculate that. Because you're looking at the surrounding area, which is for B1 and C2 parcels only, it looks like. Last question then is the other part about hardship. It says hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure. How is the subject land? Why is it necessary to have 8 units there?
Well, in terms of the subject land, I think Mr. Lavery outlined it, and I think it's self-evident by reviewing it. We have a lot, this is a long rectangular lot that travels north and south off Park Avenue. It is not suitable for a traditional layout of subdivision, traditional subdivision. You would, so we're trying to bring the housing option onto the property, but utilize the limiting conditions we have with the uniqueness of the geometry of this lot. And that's my, my view that, how we overcome that particular prong.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lampier.
With regard to making the 3 lots into one, that is considered a subdivision, correct?
Well, this is treated as a major I'm sorry, a minor land development, but it's part of the parcel. As part of the application, we are combining, you know, theoretically, could we leave the three lots as in their present configuration? I think we could, but I think from a planning perspective, it's better to combine them into, so that it's one parcel with the 8 units.
And when it's combined at the applicant's request into that one parcel, it is short approximately 10,000 square feet in area for the 8 units that you wish to put on the parcel, correct?
We did not, the 3 lots add up to the square footage as proposed. We did not, there are no other lots that Mr. Balkan owns that we didn't include in this. So the 3 lots are, we are short on the area when, you know, based on the formula for multifamily, and we acknowledge that. So, so with the 3 lots combined, we are still, I believe, 10,000 square feet short of, that would be required. If we had an additional 10,000, then we wouldn't need the dimensional relief for the 8.
So the creation of one lot with the proposal to put 8 units on it is what creates the need for dimensional relief.
I'm not sure I agree with the commissioner on that. I think if we did combine them and you saw the same plan, I'm not sure you could you could come to that same conclusion. It would just be, if we didn't eliminate the lot lines and combine them as one lot and they remained in their current configuration, we would still be asking, we'd only have 23,871 square feet, and we would be asking the commission to approve the 8 units on the 3 lots. I think just from a planning protocol, it assists, the tax assessor would only, you know, would retain only one of the lot numbers. It would merge the other 2 lot, you know, on the public record, that the other 2 assessors lots would be merged into this lot. I'm not sure that if we're going with the position, I'm not speaking for you, that somehow we are somehow, you know, we are causing the problem by combining these, then I won't combine them.
No, I haven't come to that conclusion.
No,
That's
but
why I'm asking the question.
I understand the intellectual argument you're making. I'm trying to take it to its logical conclusion, and I don't believe that the merging of these lots or the elimination of these lot lines is somehow creating the hardship that we only have 23,871 square feet, whether we use it with 3 lots or 1 lot. So, you know, typically when we meet with the staff, they encourage us to clean up the lot lines. Sometimes, you know, we come with projects that, you know, are 8 or 10 lots, and, you know, we just eliminate them for simplicity's sake, I think that's the desire, or the idea of it. And that's what the approach was on this, I believe.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, if I might ask one other question, just following up on Commissioner Frias's discussion on density. I believe that we agreed that the proposed density is 3.71 above the 10.89. However, the 1.54 comes from the fact that the existing density within 400 feet is already over the existing density of 10.89. So the area in question already exceeds the flume density. And this application would be even further over that density of what currently exists. I'm not sure I'm making myself clear. The area within 400 feet of the proposal already exceeds the density requirement. The addition of these structures would be 1.54 above what is already exceeding the density requirement. Is that your understanding? No? Maybe I should defer to staff on
No,
that.
I think I agree with that, but maybe Brianna can bring enlightenment to us all.
Yeah, actually, I do think staff might have some information that could address some of these concerns. So why don't we turn to staff right now, and then we'll come back.
I understand that you have a question. I think I'm going to work my way through the presentation, and I know that your questions pertain to my analysis, so I will certainly get there and reiterate your questions if you feel like I did not touch upon them. Owner and applicant Daniel Balkin, 1455 Park Ave, C2 neighborhood business zone, FLUM designation, neighborhood commercial services, reconfiguring 3 existing record lots into 1 for the proposal of 8 residential units. Here's our 3D aerial view, something you haven't seen yet. A street view of the parcel because, we can't see all the way through that bowling alley type of parcel. So this is really only the frontage that you get to see. Here are the existing conditions and the proposal for the 8 units, 2 in the front, 6 in the middle, parking in the back. Now we get into the relief. The relief for parcel A, which is the only parcel because we're combining all 3 parcels into 1. So this is the zoning for all of them. We're just talking about the lot area at first for the first bullet point, talking about how we have 34,000 square feet is the requirement for 8 units. The second bullet point goes into what we have proposed, 23,871 square feet for 8 units. That is, if you jump to the last bullet point, that helps you understand that there's about 10,000 square feet or 3 units that we're requesting relief for this application. The analysis regarding the surrounding area talks about how the surrounding area is generally C2 with B1 right above it and C5 right below. The development consists of single family as well as multifamily with neighborhood business zones, primarily abutting Park Ave, Cranston Street, and America Street. Staff finds that this application for a multifamily dwelling is generally compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The pre-existing mixed-use building, along with the 2 adjacent lots that are being merged, have remained unchanged for over 20 years. The proposal is a reconfiguration of existing lots. Off-site traffic impacts are negligible. The prescribed multifamily density of 14.6 units per acre addresses any lack of inconsistency with the FLUM map by corresponding to the current use and density of the residential units to the immediate north. The B1 parcels north of the proposal are designated as single and two-family residential units, less than 10.89 units per acre in the comprehensive plan's future land use map. This is the analysis that I performed. Within the 400-foot radius that I gathered, B1 and C2 parcels are generally built to a density of 13.06 units per acre. The existing residential density is above the comprehensive plan's future land use map, which by 2.17 units. So just for a detour, I took an analysis of the surrounding residential parcels. So any residential unit that was in 400 feet, I gathered that and I sorted out how many units were on that parcel. So, I mean, sometimes there's a lot line that will separate a parcel even though the house is in the middle of it. So I did the work to make sure that I got rid of that lot line and took the full area. So I'm looking at the full area and how many units are on that area. After that analysis of the residential units all within 400 feet, I gathered that the density around there is 13.06. So I just wanted to point out that the existing density of residential units around this area are above the future land use map by 2.17. And now I go into the fact that the proposed density is also above the comprehensive plan's future land use map by 3.7. So you can kind of look at that. The existing is 2.17 over. What we're proposing here is 3.71. And that 1.5 units is just the discrepancy in between those two. Now we move on to the comprehensive plan consistency. It's consistent with the zone. It's a by right use. Like I just said, yep, consistent for the use, multifamily residential. There's no avenue to construct this without dimensional relief. The applicant has presented sufficient testimony to satisfy the required relief. The proposal is compatible with the general character of the surrounding area and the comprehensive plan, as well as staff notes that there is no avenue to construct. Oh, same thing, I'm sorry about that. Repetitive. The proposed development and sought relief is supported not only by the future land use map, but also by the density basically prescribed within it, being generally consistent with that. Staff notes that the dimensional relief, if granted, will establish compliance with zoning and no environmental impacts are anticipated. The proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots with a physical constraint due to development that building on these lots according to regulations and building standards would be impractical. This proposal also provides for safe and adequate local circulation of vehicular traffic. Overall, staff finds this proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and standards for required findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law 452360 and Section 3L of Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and approve the minor land development project preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. The final plan submittal should be subject to the following: submission of letters of availability from Providence Water Supply and Veolia Water for water and sewer availability. Curb to curb pavement restoration shall occur as needed. Applicant shall install 2 granite bounds. The parking should be restricted on the eastern property line, which there's no proper parking proposed there, so. And the payment of the eastern impact fee. Please present any questions that you have.
I'll go with the Commissioner Lanfear, then we'll come back to Commissioner
I
Price.
just want to say thank you. You were much more clear and concise than I was, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Commissioner Frias.
A couple of clarification questions, Ms. Valcourt. When you said you calculated the density as 13.06, you looked within the 400 radius at B1 and C2 parcels. Are there A6 parcels in that 400-foot radius?
No,
None.
no.
Okay.
Industrial zones get quite in the way of that.
No, I understand. It's
Yeah.
just because in the narrative, I hear sometimes there was like A6 to the south or something like that. So I wanted to make sure when you did your calculation, you're exclusively looking at all residences, not just the B1s and the C2s. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is anyone present who'd like to be heard on this proposal? Okay, for the record, no one is present to be heard. Mr. Lima, do we have anyone online who would like to be heard on this proposal?
There is no public comment.
No public comment online. Okay. Okay, well, if there's any further discussion, yes, Commissioner Frias.
Before people make their motions, just to tell you where I'm going to come out on this. This was a little bit of a close call for me on the density issue. My general approach is I look at the future land use map, and if it's above the future land use map, I look at what is the existing neighborhood and then how close is it to the existing neighborhood. This is about 11% above the current density of the existing neighborhood. I go by percentages. Okay, take the number, divide it by the number in the bottom, and you get a percentage. When it gets to double digits, I start having a problem. What was more bothersome to me, however, is the hardship standard. We at the Planning Commission are for the first time dealing with the hardship standard. So I have difficulty seeing the hardship here because I can see that they could build 5 units without any issue. So they're trying to have 8. I don't see what the hardship is when I look at these requirements under state law. It's basically a discretion decision. He could have a multifamily project on this land that would meet our zoning. If you wanted a slight variance to go to 6 units, it probably would meet the density of certainly of the comprehensive plan. And it'd only be a little bit higher than the density allowed by the zoning ordinance specifically. This zoning ordinance's purpose was built. This zoning ordinance was passed in the 70s about the 6,000 feet and 4,000 feet. And the whole purpose of it was to control the amount of density going up for apartments and for multifamilies and stuff like that. So I have difficulty finding that they meet the statutory requirement, and therefore I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Lanfear.
I'd like to speak to the density issue, just a little different take on it. I realize that we look at the existing area and not just what the future land use map requires. But every time we make a decision that allows density in excess of the future land use map, we change the density of an area. And the next time someone comes and asks for relief, we're now looking at an area that's more dense, that's supportive of an application that exceeds the density requirement. So although it might be very incremental, it does have an effect on an area. And when we look at the area that we're talking about, it is very dense there. There's a real mix of uses. And to me, instead of saying that we're going to make an area more dense because it already exceeds the future land use map, we should be looking at that as a limitation. And to say that we look at existing, this even exceeds the existing. And then we're going to bootstrap that the next time something comes before us. So I think that we need to be a little bit cautious in allowing even incremental increases in density. In this case, it's an increase of 3.71 above what is required by the future land use map and still exceeds what the surrounding area is. And I'll take Commissioner Frias's number of 11%. So for that reason, I will be voting against this.
Okay, let me ask our solicitor again. What is the form of the first motion that we need to make, which is on the zoning?
I'll shorten it. If you want to approve the zoning variances, I suggest that the motion is to accept staff recommendations for each of the criteria of the zoning variance request. If you wish to deny the zoning variance request, you need to specifically state the reason for the denial in the fact that the applicant didn't satisfy one of the standards.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll accept a motion. Yeah. Sure. Yep, okay.
From a procedural point of view, if there were not sufficient votes to support the zoning, would the commission approve? It's not going to change. If they don't grant the zoning relief and we don't get the 3 additional units and we're entitled to 5, do they still approve the minor land development with a limit of only 5 units? Otherwise.
Well, I think,
Would we have?
yeah, no, so I guess the proper answer to that is, why don't we discuss it once they vote on the zoning? I don't want to I don't want to influence the zoning vote based upon my opinion, but I'll be glad to, we'll see what happens.
I just thought we'd go walk speed once we did that.
Yeah, why? All right. So why don't we do the zoning first, and then if you approve it, then it's moot. If you don't approve it, then.
Okay. I will accept a motion on staff recommendation on the zoning, whether it's up or down, however you want to form the motion. Yeah, Commissioner Lanfear.
I am going to try to move this along, and it'll either go or it won't. So I am going to move that the commission not accept staff recommendation for the reason that under Rhode Island General Laws 45, 24, 41, the granting of the requested variance will impair the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan upon which the ordinance is based, in that the density will be beyond what is in the comprehensive plan and in excess of the density of the surrounding area.
Motion is made, seconded by Commissioner Frias. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
No.
And the chair votes nay. But the motion passes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-2. Okay, so that's where we are.
So, getting to Bob's next question. Jason, what, for the minor land development, what, are they asking for any, waivers or anything like that? So, but.
First, the waivers would be through DPR, but actually, no, they wouldn't be through the DPR. It'd be just through this commission. I'm not sure. I don't think we've itemized those like that.
Are you requesting any waiver? In other words, I believe that they can vote to approve the minor land development without the zoning relief, which would allow you to have whatever you would be allowed of right, but I don't want to prejudice your client if by having a potential smaller development that may impact a waiver or something that they may need later, and now you're back here 2 months from now. That's my only concern, but I think they certainly can vote on the minor land development.
Thank you. If I may just speak, first of all, I know we're all kind of, weaving our way through this process here as a relatively new one. My knowledge, we would not be asking for any waivers. And correct, I think 6 units gets us to the designation, the land, the comp plan calculation, as opposed to 8, but I'll stand corrected, but and I haven't really discussed this with my client, and we're kind of doing this on the fly. If they do not approve the land, if they don't modify an approval, they say, we're not going to live with 8, we're not going to approve 8, but we will approve X. That is better than a denial, because that brings in other issues. And secondly, if we had to come back with another proposal, and you and I chatted about this earlier, I'm sorry, Tom. As we discussed earlier, right now under these rules, it's a costly proposition for a certified mail. We need to really look at that because we just spent $925 on certified mail. So I'd like to avoid to come back, but I'm going to reserve whatever rights we have. If the commission approves something less than we sought tonight, I'd probably recommend my client to be grateful and accept it, but I'm going to reserve the right, whatever rights we have to challenge that decision if it's less than what we sought. But I'm not trying to be unappreciative. But without talking to him, I can't. If we want. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Well, it does. I mean, we move quickly in Cranston compared to other places. Would you agree? I mean, would a continuance to next month to allow you to speak to your clients, to allow us to maybe speak regarding any potential relief that may be needed for the minor subdivision? This is entirely up to you.
No, I agree. This commission moves faster than Narragansett Planning Commission. I agree.
Or most other towns. I mean,
Or North Kingstown or South Kingstown.
or Charlestown
We
or
all have
wherever.
experience with.
Correct.
With respect to confirming my client, I mean, if you want to take a second and confer right now, I could do that.
I don't,
Mr. Balkin would appreciate a continuance on this, and we'll discuss it with the staff, and we'll try and come back a month from now if that's acceptable.
Yeah, we'll just
if the commission wants to do that.
and just leave the matter open then, Mr. Chair.
All right, do we need to vote on a continuance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
leave the matter open and vote on a continuance.
Yeah, okay. I'll accept a motion to continue this matter to the meeting of July 2nd, 2024. Motion made by Commissioner Matus and seconded by Commissioner Lanfear. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it, and we'll take another look next month. Okay. Okay. Next item is a pre-application public informational. No vote will be taken on this, but it is brought forward as we have done in the past on certain projects to get some guidance from the commission. Yeah. The Khaleesi development.
I can go, I mean, I go first. I don't really have much, I just have the maps and stuff, so I don't have much to add to this.
Go.
Okay, this is a pre-application for a residential plan development. And for, says preliminary plan up there, but this is a pre-application, that is my mistake. So the owner applicant is Khaleesi Development LLC, is at Stoneham Court. Is zoned A6 single family residential, 6,000 square feet. Fund designation is single family residential, 7.26 to 3.64 units per acre. And the development is to merge 4 record lots to construct 3 two-family buildings, so that's 6 units in total. On this lot using a residential plan development. Here is the zoning map. You can see the area is largely also A6. Future land use map. It's right. The green. The green is the abutting bike path. Here is the aerial view. A 3-dimensional aerial view. This is taken in the summer, so you see it with all the trees, and here you can see the brown outline. A lot of it is forested. Can't really see much from the street view, but development would be behind these buildings. Here is an existing conditions plan. And with that, there is a conventional plan laid out to compare with the proposed concepts of the 3 buildings. Each of them are 2-family buildings. Yes, that's all we have.
Okay. Very quickly, this is here for pre-application. I have with me tonight Dante Khaleesi of Khaleesi Development, who owns the property. Mike McCormick from Alpha Associates, our surveyor. We are looking to submit for consideration by the commission a subdivision plan or a minor land development project. As we look at this property, and just to orient you, this is a parcel off of Warren Avenue. If you come underneath the infamous Wilbur Avenue railroad trestle, the bike path goes over, and you take a left on Warren Avenue, you work your way towards this site. So we have Stoneham Court is on the city map, but it's as a paper street, and it's a private road. And Mike will talk about what's going on there. But when we looked at subdividing this property into 6 lots, it seemed to, make a little sense to consider using the residential plan district ordinance. And we've talked to Jason and staff about that. So we could do something like this configuration. and still get the 6 lots that would be in a conventional plan. It would just allow, it just seems to make a little more sense as proposed here. So without belaboring the point, let me just have Mike come up and talk a little bit about the parcel. We're only here tonight to get some reaction, no reaction, you know, comments, snide remarks, whatever, just to, you know, we're going to come back with something, and we'd like to at least have the benefit. Jason thought it would be helpful to at least expose the commission to it, and if there's any immediate feedback you'd like us to consider, we'd like to do that. Mike?
Thank you. Please hold your snide remarks. My name is Mike McCormick. I'm a professional land surveyor with Alpha Associates out of East Greenwich. As discussed, the sites consist of 4 lots. It's right behind 20 Warren Avenue. Warren Avenue is to the northeast, Wilbur Avenue, Warren Avenue to the northwest. We've got Wilbur Avenue to the northeast. The entire easterly portion of the site is on the Washington secondary bike path. The southeast of us, or due south of us, there's a duplex, and due west of us, up on the corner of Warren Avenue, there's also a single-family residence. So the parcel zone A6, total area on this thing is about 1.6 acres. Topography generally runs, the high point is on the south side near the bike path. That elevation's about 63, runs down. Everything's pushing towards Warren Avenue and Wilbur Avenue. There are no wetlands on or adjacent to the site. There is a RIDOT drainage easement that runs from Wilbur Avenue through our site and the abutting site to the north and to Warren Avenue. The north side of our site does contain a shaded X flood zone, which is considered a non-hazardous, and per FEMA, it's the area outside of 100, but below a 500, between 100 and a 500-year flood zone. We're not proposing any, with our conceptual plans, we're not proposing any alterations within that area to begin with. We did some soil and water table evaluations. Great year to do water tables this year. We generally got an undeveloped area, at least 8-foot water tables over there, so, and decent soils. So we're proposing an RPD, a 6-unit, 3 2-family units. The site's serviced by Kent County Water. We have public sewer on Warren Avenue, and gas is available also. We did some preliminary engineering, if we want to go to our concept plan, page 3 over there. And just to check for viability of the drainage and all that sort of things, and everything's, so far, is working out swimmingly. As we progress through the process, obviously, rip these permits, you know, the routine, all the permits that we have right now. So right now, we're just kind of throwing this at the wall and see how it sticks. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, any comments, concerns.
Can I just ask you to explain, at the bottom of the screen, there is a private dwelling, there is a single-family house that, you know, utilizes that access.
That's a duplex.
But we're not interfering with their.
No.
They still have the ability to get to it.
Whatever clearly, if we keep this picture up, you can kind of see how they kind of plan this as kind of being a roadway. It's 40 feet wide. It stayed under single ownership. It was never developed into a roadway. The city's got it as Stoneham Court quotes. There's some loose language with respect to, you know, an easement to that lot. I mean, we're gonna grant them an easement. It's certainly prescriptive at this point. So, you know, we're gonna keep them happy. Probably, you know, we're gonna have to bring sewer. They already have water going up over there. We'll have to probably do some modifications of those services, you know, if they have that. That particular unit right there is currently has its own septic system. So, I mean, we'll bring sewer up to our development to facilitate sewage delivery from our residences, and certainly give him the option to do that too. We're not going to cut him off at all. He has rights, and we're going to respect those.
And just for clarification, on either side of our entry road, the house on the right-hand side, right on the screen.
Yeah.
And then there's a house on the left-hand side as we look at it.
Correct.
That house fronts on Warren, correct? It doesn't front on the road, am I correct? Or no?
Which house? Left?
Okay, the house on the right.
The house on the right actually fronts on, they also have a very loosely based easement that's basically 40 by 140 across the front for access and utilities. And we'd be respecting that too. That's already on record. You know, it is what it is. We would accommodate them in the same fashion that they're accommodated today.
I just wanted to ask, what is the existing duplex? What is the vehicular access to that right now? Is it along that paper street, dirt road it looks like?
Yeah, it comes up, and you can see, we've got a couple of garages as right where right over there. And then it turns into a dirt road. I mean, that thing is 12, 14 feet wide at best. So we'd be improving that, give them a dedicated 20-foot easement, 25-foot easement to access their property. I don't know how much we'd be improving it, but, you know, we try to keep them as happy as we can, obviously.
Is that a public road?
That is not a public road. That 40-foot strip is private property. It was never dedicated as a public road. Never.
So the duplex essentially has no frontage.
I didn't make it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably before, it was
Prior
before
to,
zoning,
yeah.
and then obviously they have the right of way, to the back.
Descriptive if anything else, so.
Commissioner Frias.
Just a couple of questions and then I'll give you some input for myself. So concept plan is 3 duplexes, so that's 6 units. And the conventional plan is that 5 single-family homes or 6?
We've got 6 shown there and with a little modification on the lot on the corner, which we also have an interest in.
Okay, so the density of both plans are exactly the same. Okay. I will just tell you from an aesthetic standpoint, I've walked that neighborhood before. I think single-family homes look more consistent with the rest of the neighborhood that I've seen over there than those duplexes. But that's me looking at it from an aesthetic standpoint.
Well, I think if you go south,
There's a
lot of
few-
single-family residences. You go north of that little old villagey over
Yeah.
there, so there's,
Yeah.
it's quite a, I mean.
It's a bit
an
of, yeah, I
old-
mean, you could go, with like I said, if you said to me, like, I mean, I prefer the conventional plan, but I'm not gonna shoot down the concept plan because as long as your density is the same on both and it meets the comp plan, you're not gonna have an issue with me. So, okay. I am Dr. Density.
So we're gonna hold tonight comments.
I could add,
I think we're getting, for the overall site, I think we're getting like 4.5 units an acre.
if I could just say, I think a little bit of architectural variety would probably do good in that area. I lived on Ellison Street, which is the south of there along the Washington line. And my street was literally one single floor ranch all the way on both sides of the street. And it was, I don't know, I thought aesthetically, there was no variety. It honestly, it looked like a trailer park. But anyway, so,
We can certainly bring out some concept plans of,
yeah.
different structures and things like that. And it's nice because we do have direct access to the bike path, so.
Amenity to have. Any other comments, advice? Yes.
I just have a question, a pretty simple question on ownership of the subdivision. Private driveway that would be owned by, is there an HOA proposed for this?
We would these could probably go into like a condominium association where all the maintenance would be in a homeowners association or condo or something.
Maintenance including the roadway, drainage and sewers?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Other comments? All right. Well, thank you. Yes.
I'm gonna leave here tonight and speak to Mr. Cleese that, we'll refine this, make a determination that we prefer to go to the RPD, and, so you won't be surprised if we come back with that, as opposed to the traditional, conventional, because, the important consideration is the density. We'll feel good about the density, so, but I don't mean to, it's late. By the way, the Celtics are really winning big, so you're not missing anything, so, that's what that noise was when I checked the phone. I apologize. So, all right, I think we're good. We appreciate your time on that, so we'll, see you soon.
Okay, we have 3 zoning board of review recommendations. The first is to be continued to yeah, we actually we have an extension of time request on Champlain Heights. What are they requesting?
Mr. Chairman, I think somebody from the development team wanted to speak online for this. Dave Techley.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Hi, it's Dave Tagliani with the Capianato Group. As Jason indicated, we are asking for an extension for the Phase 2 Champlain Heights project. Certainly appreciate the previous extensions that have been granted. I'm happy to report that we have made significant progress on this project over the past year. We have worked with our civil engineering consultant, Garofalo, and have come up with a slight modification on our site design to cut down on some of our site work construction costs. We have also modified the plan to be consistent with the new RIDEM wetland regulations. We've resubmitted into RIDEM and recently received a modified approval from RIDEM. So we are now only waiting for a modification from RIDOT on our physical alteration permit. And once we receive that, we will be resubmitting to the city for this project.
So, Mr. Chairman, I haven't seen any of these modifications yet, but I'm assuming they're minor in nature. And if they are, these changes will be handled administratively with staff. Staff recommends a 1-year extension of the existing preliminary approval.
A 1-year?
1-year extension.
Okay. I'll accept a motion for a 1-year extension on Champlain Heights. Motion made by Commissioner Coop and seconded by Commissioner Mancini. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. There is a 1-year extension granted.
Thank you very much.
All right. Zoning Board of Review recommendations. The first is the 495 investments, but there was a recommendation to continue because not all of the documents have been completed yet. So
No, Mr. Chairman, this one is subject to development plan review, and we have not yet begun that process. So once they complete it, and if they complete it, then they'll be back here for that variance.
Right, so we don't need to,
I'd like to table it, yeah.
okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll accept a motion to table this item. Commissioner Coop moves to table and seconded by Commissioner Matus. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we have tabled that item. Next, Cesar Gonzalez has applied to the board to request permission to expand and convert an existing single-family dwelling into a multi-family dwelling on an undersized lot at 12 Howard Street.
So the owner applicant is Cesar H. Gonzalez. And it is a B2 zone, so it allows for multifamily. Plum designation is residential less than 10.39 units per acre. As discussed, it is basically a conversion of a single-family home to a three-family through construction of additions in addition to building it. Of additions, as well as building out the basement, like fully finishing the basement of the existing structure. Here's the zoning map. You can see the neighborhood is primarily B2 with some C2 as well. Here is the future land use map. And also important here that it also abuts the bike trail in the rear, which kind of creates this physical separation between this little jug handle basically where Howard Street is on, which basically kind of separates that neighborhood to the neighborhood to the southeast of the bike path. Here's an aerial view. As you can see, the property is just over 6,000 square feet. Go Celtics. So yeah, so the property is about just over 6,000 square feet. And here's a street view of the property. Here's a quick boundary survey of the property. As you can see, the property is right up against the right of way. It's a pre-existing non-conforming development, it's an old mill home. Here is a scan, just to not confuse. So see the bottom half here is kind of like that's the foundation. And it doesn't depict for some reason these sketches don't depict the windows. There are windows, but they are very, very small. Yeah, just for clarification's sake. And here is the proposal. As you can see, it is adding an additional floor as well as additions in the side and in the rear, with the stairs going up to the second floor or to the added second floor. And then there's an additional stairwell that will also go into the basement to allow the basement to have an entrance through two entry points. The applicant asked for relief from, so the proposal meets all setback requirements, but the relief that they need is lot area. It's just over 6,000 square foot lot. But with 3 units that they're requested, 3 units that they need, you know, they need 14,000 square feet for that. So they need just under 8,000 square foot of relief, double that of the existing lot area. As well as off-street parking, in their proposed, site plan, they only, I probably should have added to the presentation, they, only provide 4 parking spaces, but 6 total are needed. So to review this application, with the neighborhood in mind, while generally, you know, converting this to a more residential structure doesn't necessarily create more nuisances. And the zoning does allow for multifamily, and you know, the use itself is consistent with the comprehensive plan as multifamilies. Comprehensive does allow multifamily. But we did an analysis and it showed that the proposed density with the 3 unit there was going to be about 21.7 units, you know, which is basically double of what the maximum density should be for that area. You know, we did an analysis. I did both just like a general 400-foot analysis in addition to, which is the numbers that I used are also more for just what we call like the neighborhood analysis, which, as I would argue, like this, you know, southern section is kind of like a disconnected section largely due to the bike path. So the properties that were involved in the neighborhood analysis is just all the properties within this like this jug handle right here of Howard Street, which includes the like large multifamily residential development or up here. Let's say it's an apartment complex. You know, generally the neighborhood kind of consists of it's a combination of single, 2-family, 3-family with some above 3-family in addition to the large multifamily complex. But primarily most of the residences there, yeah, there's a good mix of properties. So 12 of the residences are single family, you know, 8 2-family, 5 3-family. So there is a decent mix within the neighborhood. And I also ran an analysis. I also ran an analysis of the, you know, the general like density of the neighborhood, because we also need to evaluate if the density, you know, of this proposal also matches the neighborhood, and if that is, you know, much greater than the comprehensive plan, if that needs to be kept in mind. But, you know, when you're calculating all the 3-family buildings, you know, yes, there are all in undersized lots in the area, but even the density of the existing 3 families there is still lower than what is proposed here. Generally the density as proposed is higher than, you know, even the 2 families on their lots that they're on, and just the median density within that neighborhood. So, yeah, apologies. Staff finds that the proposed density does not conform to the future land use map designation of residential less than 10.3 units, and staff finds that the application is inconsistent with the future land use map designation. You know, granting relief would be generally consistent with the following comprehensive plan elements. You know, housing goal 2 and 4, but it is inconsistent with housing goal 9 and specifically policy 9.3, as the density does not match. The proposed density does not match the proposed density of the immediate surrounding area and connected neighborhood. So the recommendation is in accordance with Rhode Island general law Section 45, 2441B, and Section 179210A of the zoning ordinance. Staff finds that the application is inconsistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan and is not compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and forward a negative recommendation of the application to the Zoning Board of Review.
Is there anyone present who would like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, is there anyone online who would like to be heard on this matter?
There's no public comment.
No public comment. You ready for a motion?
I was gonna say something nice and then make a motion.
Oh, okay.
I just want to thank the staff for this recommendation. This is a good recommendation. I'm ready for the motion.
Can I also say something?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
agree I agree with Commissioner Frias on this one.
Okay, Commissioner,
I'll make a motion to accept staff's negative recommendation.
motion made by Commissioner Frias and seconded by Commissioner Coop. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the negative recommendation goes for. Okay, last item, Versatile Investment Group has filed an application to expand an existing legal non-conforming multifamily 5-unit use by converting a detached accessory structure into an additional dwelling unit on an undersized lot at 389 Laurel Hill Avenue.
Thank you. Not to be repetitive, Plum is the single two-family residential zone of less than 10.89 units per acre. Again, we are allowing the construction of a second floor apartment that exceeds a use standard within the zoning code for a B1 zone. Our parcel's right in the middle here on the zoning map. No, that's not correct. This is not correct. I don't know why this is not correct. Let me take that.
We'll take a quick recess. We need to get the proper documents. Okay.
Upon your entrance in Laurel Hill Ave with the correct photo documentation. Thank you. Here's our zoning map, still in the middle of the page. We're looking at an L-shaped parcel. Here it is for the future land use map. Looking at less than 10.89 units per acre. Aerial view, have that outlined for you guys. And it gets a little funky. But this is the street view, looking at the garage that we're primarily talking about. We're talking about this blue garage that's straight down this driveway. Zoom into that garage. And on the next photo, I kind of just wanted to help you understand that unless you're directly in front of the garage, you don't see it. You know, so we're on the street corner here, and it's just the garage is, you can't see it really. It's kind of hidden. So I kind of wanted to make that point with this street view. If you can see like this old Victorian style house that's yellow kind of over here to the side, that's what it looks like in street view, but it's renovated now. It looks like this now. So just showing you kind of the updates of what's going on. And also you see to the side, that little gray snippet of a house is the existing one family that I have noted here. So all of these are built up now. So if I just kind of, oh, sorry. So yeah, and we come, you're gonna see the proposed site plan in a second, but I did want to show you guys the pre-zoning site plan that I dug up. And it's really just helping us understand in that sort of in the middle. It shows a dotted line structure. That's the garage. It was like proposed to be removed in 1966, but only a sliver of it was removed. So we are dealing with a pre-existing building here. The garage itself. You can see the garage in the corner of this L-shaped parcel. This is their site plan. It says existing garage. The only thing that's happening on the second floor is it's being converted into a livable space. The applicant has requested specific relief. If we look particularly at the relief from 1720-090 of the specific requirements, this pertains to the minimum land area. So this is a large parcel, but there is a proposed 6 units on this parcel. The requirement for 6 units would be 26,000 square feet. They don't have 26,000, they have 22,062 feet. The requested relief is generally 3,000 square feet or 1 additional unit. Separate from that relief of the specific requirements, I will touch on the special use permit, which pertains to this zone being designated as a single and 2-family dwelling zone. Already there's a 5-unit home, a 5-family residential home. The current use, like I just said, 5-unit multifamily dwelling. The proposed use, 5-unit multifamily dwelling with an accessory dwelling above the garage. Staff has reviewed this to say that the property and surrounding area are residential in nature, and the request does not propose or encourage incompatible uses that disrupt the surrounding area. The future land use map designates this property as single/2-family residential, less than 10.9 units per acre. And per the comprehensive plan, B1 zoning is an appropriate use for single-family and 2-family residential. Staff, and I said that because the accessory dwelling is categorized as single family. So that's why I made the note that the B1 zone is accepting of single family and 2-family residential, even though we know that there's a 5-family dwelling on the property as well. The application is consistent with future land use designation as it relates to density. Granting relief would be generally consistent with the comprehensive plan elements and goals, particularly the housing goal 4, which promotes a housing opportunity for a wide range of household types and income levels, particularly also the housing policy 4.1, which notes size and type that are affordable within a wide range of incomes. My recommendation is in accordance with Rhode Island General Law 452441 and Section 1792010A of the zoning ordinance that staff recommends this application generally consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan is compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and forward a positive recommendation on the application of the Zoning Board of Review.
Hi, I'm Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant. First of all, let me thank you for your indulgence this evening. Secondly, I want to compliment both Brianna and Jonas for their work on some of these things. Relatively new to the process. I appreciate they're on their toes and they keep me on my toes. So I appreciate their efforts. Let me just very quickly on this. I represent Robert Vigent, who is the principal of the entity that owns this property. This property is at the corner of Farmington Avenue and Laurel Hill Avenue. I know one member of the Planning Commission is very familiar with Farmington Avenue, the other end of Farmington Avenue, but this area, what Mr. Vigent has done on this property is, substantial. At the corner of that intersection, he did construct a new family home, single family home, and he has a building permit, and it was allowed, and he did it. You can see the lot there, but the house is pretty much done. He owns the 2-family house next to it, which is in the middle of the screen there, which he's fixed that up. But the substantial thing that he's done, he's taken that 5-unit house on Laurel Hill Avenue. If you're familiar, you should go by it, if for no reason, just to check it out. And he will explain this to the zoning board better than I can. There are views from that structure. There was a captain in colonial times or something that lived here and owned here, and you could look all the way down the bay from the top floors of this 5-unit structure. This garage, which is at the corner, it's an L-shaped lot, is substantial, and it goes with the 5-unit. It's more like a carriage house than a garage. In all honesty, he bought this from a gentleman who passed away. The gentleman was a little more aggressive in deciding to convert this second floor before he came to see you good people. So my client would like to finish that and create a second accessory dwelling unit up there. It lays out very nicely, and I think it would go towards all the reasons why, in certain circumstances, where they're compatible with the neighborhood and where they don't detract from the appearance of the structure, accessory dwelling unit should be encouraged. And I think that's the direction we're going to see going in land use. So it has more than adequate parking. The 5-unit are renters who he's gone through the whole building. I mean, I don't know how much money he spent, but then he's done the exterior of this carriage house or garage, and he would just like to. I think if it's approved, I think he intends to move into it. So, but it has plenty of on-site parking you access, or the access to the parking is on the Farmington Avenue side. And then you go towards, straight into the garage or loft, and then you go to the right where you have your 5 units. So he's really upgraded this corner. The neighbors, we're dealing with Providence, right on the border of Providence, but the Cranston neighbors are very pleased with how what he's done with this corner. So hopefully the zoning board, with you embracing the staff recommendation, will grant him permission. Thank you.
Thank-
And the density fits just a little over 0.91 over.
But we do have a special use permit and a dimensional variance, but that's not their problem.
Okay, I just want to say for the record, nobody else is present to speak on this issue, but let me ask if there's anybody online who would like to be heard.
There is no public comment.
Okay, no public comment. Okay,
I just have a couple of questions possibly for the applicant or the solicitor or the staff. This thing is referred to as a use variance. Is this being asked as a use variance or is it not a use variance?
No, I don't believe it's a use variance. Because the use, which is residential, is allowed.
Okay.
To me, it's a dimensional variance.
Okay, thank you. And on top of it, I know it's already kind of like being used for multifamily already. So this is kind of like we're just allowing. Yeah, okay. My second question is to Ms. Valcourt. I recognize that the density.
So let me reframe that. I'm gonna take that back for a different reason. It's not a use variance because of the fact that they're adding another unit. That's a dimensional variance. It could be a use variance because of the fact that they're asking for a special use permit and a dimensional variance at the same time, which then creates a use variance standard, but not for the reason that you're asking.
Okay.
So
Steve, didn't that get overturned in the last legislature with the whole use and special?
it did not. They, like many other bills, they wrote it wrong. So they're fixing many of them. I think you just got an APA one regarding some other things, but they tried to eliminate this and they wrote it wrong. They didn't get it, but they've been fixing some of these as they go along.
Okay, so I think the way I look at it, it's not like a use variance is when they, they want to change how property is being used currently. It looks like a multifamily thing over there right now.
Correct. It's not a use variance like they want to put an industrial in a residential.
Exactly.
zone.
I call basic use variance.
It's-
That's
it's
my
a
thing.
different
Okay,
type.
thank you. Ms. Valcourt, I recognize that the comprehensive plan, it's slightly above the comprehensive plan. I calculate a percentage of about 8.3%, which is single digits, which doesn't concern me as much. Once you get double digits, I start having a problem. But did you calculate what the density is of the existing neighborhood more or less? Because I would assume when I look at that neighborhood, there's a lot of 3 families, there's 2 families. The density may be higher than 10.89. You got any guess on that?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lanfear.
Just have a couple of questions for Mr. Murray. At one point, that L-shaped lot, was the single-family home that was recently built part of that property? Was that split off?
No, I don't believe it was. At least no action by present owner.
Okay.
As far as I know, it was always, because they, without my involvement, he just went and got a building permit. So I think it was already legally established.
Thank you. And I didn't realize till I looked at the agenda, because I was just looking at the staff report. So this would be an expansion of a legal non-conforming use. is there a particular standard in our code?
That would be the special use permit so health, I mean, special use permits are usually that it, isn't injurious to the neighborhood,
General welfare?
general welfare, which, I mean, it's residential and a residential, so. Yeah, obnoxious and offensive.
And do we know if there are any other 5-unit, I don't know what you want to call it, apartments or whatever in the 400-foot radius?
I don't believe so.
And while Bob's looking for that, I mean, in the next 2 weeks, they may pass an accessory dwelling unit law that may either make this moot, but I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Lot of free. Yeah, no, to answer your question, there are no 5. And, I stand corrected. I thought there was 1 4, but there's not a 4. There's a mixed use at 411 Laurel Hill Avenue. Which is not too far from us, but I don't know it says mixed use, but it doesn't tell me how many units.
Okay, any other questions, comments? We already have staff recommendation. I'll accept a motion. Commissioner Coop moves to accept staff recommendation. So seconded by Commissioner Matus. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, Commissioner Lanfear votes nay, and the rest are ayes. So the motion passes. Mr. Director.
Okay, 2 positions that are vacant are being posted. So we've got the planner technician position and we have the assistant director position. So feel free to spread these far and wide in your networks. They're available on the city's website on the planning page. So yeah, that's a process that'll be going throughout the most of the summer. Next, I just wanted to mention the comprehensive plan. And speaking with the consultant, we're trying to pull together the draft of the whole plan by the end of the month. And I'm hoping that happens. We want to get this off our plate. I just want to remind everyone that this is really not the update in terms of changing goals and policies. I know there was questions about, well, we want to see the goals and policies. I'll tell you right now, when we went through the goals and policies existing in the comprehensive plan, what we did was we took goals and policies out that were defunct. And then we itemized why we took them out, because they're defunct. Or they're referencing old programs, or they're referencing, just initiatives that are long since gone, like the village in Western Cranston or something like that. So, I recommend that, whatever elements that are up on the city's website, try to get familiar with them as much as you can. There isn't going to be very many surprises with the plan. The plan is essentially status quo, and we're just, trying to rewrite those sections and give them updated data. But we're not changing the underlying goals and policies, and that's not until phase 2. So hopefully we can get this pulled together and we can have our hearings on this in July. We're gonna need to move quickly because we have to get this to the city council so that they can start their process. And there's a bunch of people who have to be notified when we do comprehensive plan updates. So we want to make sure we don't screw any of that up. So yeah, so that's all I have at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Frias.
Just a quick question to the planning director. First, thank you for getting a goal of getting a draft to us by the end of the month, beginning of July.
I'm gonna try our best. I don't have all of the control in my hands. I have to work with third parties.
That's why I said I thank you for trying. So my question though was for planning purposes. What weeks in July do you envision for possible hearings? Dates for us to meet to have to talk about it, because I may have things to do in July, but I'll move them around or not deal with it if I need to be here for this. Any idea?
I don't have any dates set up yet. Maybe in the next couple of weeks, depending on how the schedule's looking, we can try to target some times. I know it is summer, but then we get into the fall and then there's always something else. So I don't have dates yet.
Okay.
And we might need to discuss potentially joint workshops on this, to bring the city council along quicker because they're not really involved yet. So yeah, we can talk about that soon.
All right. Well, thank you. And when you get that more clarity on what you think possible weeks to block out, let the commissioners know if you can. Okay, thank you.
At this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Commissioner Coop, seconded by Commissioner Matus. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, everyone.